welcome everyone to New York. It's great to have a very full room today. We have all board members at our table, and it will be an exciting September 2024 meeting. I wanted to first of all extend our welcome to all of our observers, both in person and on YouTube. I wanted to welcome our official observer, Dave Sullivan from the PIOB. As always, all of the materials, including the agenda for the meeting and the meeting papers, have been provided to the public. And so you can find all of those on the IAASB website. And speaking of full complements, we're becoming a fuller complement staff team here. First of all, I wanted to welcome back, even though she wasn't really ever gone, Kazuko, who joined our team on July 1st as a senior manager. Kevin Reinhardt, who's become a staff fellow based in New York, and we will be having a new staff member join us on October 1st, Christy Zhang. So our staff team ready to take on a more staff-driven model is growing, and I think we are in a very strong position to carry our work efforts forward. So this week, if you noticed our board agenda, it's quite full, and it's full with almost every topic we have on the agenda. We will begin, not surprisingly, with sustainability assurance, and we will be approving our sustainability assurance standard on Friday. And I say this with a great deal of confidence because of all the input that we received and with the knowledge of the offline comments that we have gotten already. Then we will turn to going concern. And with that, specifically, we're dealing with comments received in response to the exposure draft that we did not discuss in June and benefiting from the task force views and recommendations. We are still planning on approving the revised ISO 570 in December. And we're going to turn to technology. And first of all, we're going to get an update on the proposed technology position, taking the feedback that we got from the June board meeting and all the input we've gotten from external stakeholders, including our digital advisory group. The idea is to have a final clearance this week of our technology statement. This is really important so the general public will understand what our compass will be in terms of technology going forward in drafting standards. That we have audit evidence and risk response. The staff team has done a great job in getting a draft project proposal for this integrated project together. Remember, we're not approving this project proposal, and there's further integration that we expect to have done between the technology position and the project proposal for December, but we really would appreciate everyone's guidance. We'll turn to listed entities in PI Track 2, and we'll get a summary of the feedback on the ED and account for the recent guidance put out by IAASB on the topic. We'll have fraud. Again, we're going to have an overview of the respondents' comments to certain questions on ED 240 and really attempt to give the task force some guidance on a few key themes that we received. So lots of work is going in there. Then we will turn to the auditor's report, and this one has been something that people have been asking for some time. What's the composite impact of all the changes that were recommended in multiple projects, and particularly fraud and going concern? I think the staff has done a really nice job in laying that out. Remember, this is not exact language that has to appear in every auditor's report, but it gives you a sense of what the impacts could be. Other administrative items, just a reminder, as always, we're at key points of projects. The the task forces and project teams definitely appreciate your offline comments. But if you have a substantive comment, it's really important to put it on the record. So if there's even a debate of whether this should be just a net or a substantive issue, please err on putting it on the public record. We will have a reception for all the team on Wednesday evening. And most importantly, we know that there's a lot of work happening all at different times of the year for different people, getting the meeting materials together. So thanks to all the task forces, the technical teams, the TAs, the board members involved. A few things I should put on the record too. We issued last week our public report, which describes our progress in addressing key public interest issues and talks a little bit about how we will discharge our strategy going forward. In August, we released the 2023-24 edition of the handbook, which includes ISA 600 revised and ISA for LCEs, although it's not yet effective. For the first time, the handbook is now comprised of 4 parts. ISA for LCE is housed in a separate part of the handbook. Also, in terms of publications, we have published ISA for LCE implementation guidance, and it includes a supplemental guide on the authority and a supplemental guide on reporting. So that gives you a sense of things that have been published since we met last. Things that we have done since then in terms of outreach, we have literally been all over the world. A lot of the engagement has focused on sustainability and discussions with different regulatory authorities, potential adopting authorities. That has given us all encouragement to continue this exercise. Not surprisingly as well, we've spent a lot of time with IAASB and our partners on this exercise, and you could see from the board papers, huge amount of progress was made on ensuring that the standards will be interoperable. We spent, as I alluded to earlier, time with our digital advisory group to get advice in terms of the technology position. And as you know, we make all of our outreach between board meetings, that's occurred between board meetings, available to the public, and it's available in one of our agenda papers. Finally, LinkedIn, for those watching and observing, remains our most important platform for sharing news. I think you should continue to amplify our message so people could see. We have over 28,000 followers, and the engagement rates are continuing to rise. I can't really say this, but it's X, formerly known as Twitter. I guess we could just say X right now. We keep people posted of what's happening there, and on YouTube, we are posting videos. Now, it's at this point we reach my favorite moment of every board meeting. I'm given the first person to get a guess gets the first coffee at the break. Do you know what this is?
Minutes.
Oh, yes, I heard it, I think over there. So I'll make you a coffee. We haven't received additional comments on the draft minutes, but we have draft minutes for the June 2024 and the July 2024 board meeting. Any comments that were received on the June one, we have updated, as you see it on our website. We had no comments on the July meeting. Do we have any comments further on those 2 sets of minutes? Can we approve both sets of minutes? Okay, no objections? So both sets of minutes are approved. Okay, so day 1, I'm looking at our agenda, and there's only one topic on the agenda, sustainability. So Josephine has been resting up to get ready to lead us through this journey, along with the team. And I think many of them are going to be involved in the presentation. So I'm going to turn to Josephine. And to be clear, the goal is to approve the standard by the end of the week. I think we need to be very conscious that we don't want to redeliberate decisions that were made over a series of board meetings unless there are unintended consequences or the potential for misinterpretation. But the staff, the task force and the team has been busily reviewing your 200 plus offline comments. And I think we're ready to respond to all of them and get going. So Josephine, the floor is yours. Many thanks to the team for all they've done between now, from the June meeting up till now, particularly all of the work that has also gone into IAASB coordination. So thank you to the IAASB team as well.
Thank you, Tom. So yes, here we are again for the day, or maybe not the whole day. Let's see how it goes on sustainability. And to quote Tom, I'm actually really excited because look what we've achieved and we're nearly there. We're nearly there. And that's really a tremendous achievement for the staff, the task force, and of course, this board. So thank you very much to the board members for those comments. We hope we won't be talking to every single 233 comments today. Otherwise it's going to be a very tedious day, but there are some issues or some challenges, and we had a meeting this morning where we were able to get through those, maybe about 6 topic areas where we really needed to focus our time, and we've got made some really great progress as a task force already in thinking about solutions to some of the challenges you raised with us. Thank you for changing the slides. So the intention, of course, today is to walk through agenda 2B and B2, and it is very much staff-led from that perspective. We'll be expecting comments on requirements and application material, and of course the appendix if you have any. And that will be primarily for the standard led by Dan and Claire. And then we'll pick up any comments that you might have on the consequential and conforming amendments. I don't know if I got that the right way around. So TK will be leading us through that. And then Fadi will take us through 2C, everybody's favorite topic, the effective date. And then, of course, the due process. We will deal with that on Friday. Now, if we need to, and I think from our conversation this morning with the task force, this is a big if, we might bring items back on Wednesday, but I'm saying we're hoping at this stage there isn't really anything that we need to draw your attention to that needs an extra review, but be careful what you say sometimes. This is a reminder of the team here who've been working hard, as Tom says, to turn the paper since the July meeting, and all the outreach as well that's been going on in the background. And we've also had a couple of chair and staff meetings with IAASB that Tom mentioned, as well as ongoing staff coordination meetings. And we actually have a meeting set up for tomorrow lunchtime to chat through any matters that may have cropped up. Again, on the whole, we don't think there'll be anything, but it's there just in case. On the whole, this has been absolutely amazing coordination, given the timing and the circumstances. So yes, I also extend my thanks to IAASB and the staff. Before I hand over to Dan, who is going to start with the title of the standard, because we've had 200 comments on that. Not really. I want to thank the members of the task force who have helped us get to this, helped us get to the ED. Sorry, I want to thank the members of the task force who helped us get to the ED, and Bill, particularly for your ongoing support as our alumni member. Thank you. And those not in the room but maybe listening, I want to thank Diane and Lynn, who, as well as, of course, Natalie, mustn't be forgotten because they have been part of this journey as well. But ultimately, everyone's excited now to just get through the standard and get to Friday. So I'm not going to talk for too much longer, but just again to thank everybody for all their help and all their support to get us to here. And hopefully we'll all be cracking the champagne corks on Friday. So, Mr. Montgomery, are you happy to take us through the title of the standard?
See if this one is.
I would say that Warren has aged well since his picture on that board.
We're good. All good. It was it was a toxic reaction to comments on the title of the standard. That's on.
Sorry.
No, thank you, Josephine, and welcome to all. I am going to be your tour guide for the first few tranches of the discussion. We'll march through the walkthrough as it was illustrated in Appendix 2 of Agenda Item 2. So we're going to start, if we could move to the next slide, with the introduction, scope, and objectives. And what Claire and I will do for each of these sections is give a very, very brief overview of some of the changes that were made. The changes were all explained, the significant changes were all explained in Agenda Item 2A, so there's really no need to walk through all of those changes. But in this particular section, I did want to point to paragraph 12, just to let you know that the change there was made to address a comment from a regulator that the previous wording was unclear, as it suggested that the practitioner would need to apply the ISAs to information about sustainability matters that are required to be included in the audited financial statements under the applicable financial reporting framework. So we've changed the wording to make it clear that it's the auditor of the financial statements that's responsible for that information. And by the way, here, the reference to the ISAs is because 5,000, like all the other IAASB standards, is written in the context of the IAASB suite of standards. So the reference there would be to the application of the ISA's National Standard Center could elect to change that and refer to local audit standards. But for purposes of 5,000, the reference was to the ISAs. The only other changes, minor, mostly in the application material, and all for clarity in response to board comments in June. And there were no changes to the objectives in paragraphs 16 and 17 rather. So Tom, with that, we'll just ask for board input on paragraphs 1 to 14, 16 and 17, and application material A1 to A15. As Josephine mentioned, we'll come back to the effective date a little later in the day.
Thank you, Dan. Any comments on these paragraphs 1 through 14, 16 through 17? I'll give going. Okay. So we take it as support for the current paragraphs.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Then if we move to the next slide, we'll tackle one of our favorite topics, which has been definitions. And the biggest change perhaps was in the presentation of the definitions, because with the number of definitions in the standard, using the letters, we would have reached into essentially the triple letters, like triple F or something like that. So the task force concluded that this tabular format was easier to read and understand, and actually would be a better presentation. In terms of the definitions themselves, as you could see from the changes paper, there really were very few revisions. Most of them related to the coordination with IAASB and aligning, in particular, the two boards' respective core definitions. And as you would have seen from the other agenda materials, and we'll hear a little bit more on Wednesday morning, the two boards are now in alignment on all of the core definitions that were part of the coordination discussions. I did want to mention one thing in the application material, paragraph A18, and that's it was application material to the definition of component. There was a request from our IAASB colleagues to explain the concept of operational control. The task force elected to keep it simple, point to the applicable criteria. And this is really intended to be more of a plain English definition of the concept of operational control. It's solely for the purpose of trying to distinguish between a group component and a value chain component. So it really is reflective of, well, you know, where is it most likely that the practitioner would be able to be sufficiently and appropriately involved in a group component, probably with an entity or a business unit for which the reporting entity or management has some kind of ability to direct or influence the operations of that particular entity or business unit. And the only other one I would point out is in the definition of component practitioner. We've revised it to refer to assurance work, and that's consistent with ISO 600 revised, which refers to audit work, by the way, for a component auditor. And it also helps our IAASB colleagues in terms of applying the provisions in the code. So, Tom, with that, we'll ask for board input on the definitions in paragraph 18 of the standard, as well as the related application material, which is in A17R through A46A. And if there were any comments on Appendix 1, you could pass them along now. I don't recall that actually there were any offline comments that came through on Appendix 1.
None.
Thank you, Tom. Just a suggestion about the format. Using alphabetical definitions can affect the translation process, since in other languages the terms might be in a different order. That's why I suggest giving a number to each of the definitions to avoid this problem.
Julie?
Thanks, Tom, and thanks to the entire team. I won't go through all the names, but definitely Josephine would echo your thanks to the team to get us to this point. Dan, I did have a few thoughts on the definitions. The first one is just maybe you can share the task force thinking on a couple that aren't here, because I know IAASB included a definition of NOCLAR. They also have the group component and value chain component defined. So it was just a question as to whether the task force had thought about including those for consistency purposes. In the another practitioner definition, it appears to exclude the situation where you might have another practitioner that is part of your firm. So let's say a practitioner that might be in another office of your firm could, I believe by definition, or not by definition because it's not included, but that could happen that would be another practitioner. And right now, I believe that practitioner is a little bit left without a definition because I don't believe they fit into the component practitioner definition, and they wouldn't fit into another practitioner as written. So it's whether or not you had thought about including some additional words there that would include the situation where you have someone in another office of your firm or within your firm that meets the definition of another practitioner. And then, sorry, I'm just scrolling. It's a lot of definitions. Engagement team does not mention that another practitioner is not a member of the engagement team. So question about that. And I think that's it on the definitions. In the application material A18, I believe it is, you mentioned the inclusion of the term operational control. So I understand you're using that in the sort of natural English sense, but from some of the outreach I did with practitioners that are familiar with GHG protocol, that does have a meaning in that protocol and potentially in others. And so the question was, would that potentially be confusing using that term that's used, let's say, in the protocol itself and could potentially have a different meaning? Thanks.
Sue?
Thank you, and great going after Julie because it's similar points to a couple that she's raised. But I'm obviously, brilliant job by all the team here. The two points I had were firstly in relation to the component, the definition of component, and that reference to operational control. Dan, I appreciate the discussion you've just had about that this is a natural language use of the phrase, but it is a phrase that's used in some frameworks and not in others. And it is being read in a particular way by some people. In the offline comments, we've suggested a couple of places where the term seems to be used where it doesn't necessarily need to be in that kind of context. And maybe the more we can just keep it as a natural language thing, the more helpful that would be. And then the second point, although I didn't raise it offline on the definitions, it is elsewhere in some of the comments, and it's the same point that Julie made about another practitioner as to where the member of the practitioner's firm sits, because they appear to drop between a couple of the definitions. Thanks.
Ada?
Thank you, Tom. First thanking the task force, tremendous job, great progress, and I didn't stumble as much over operational control. I understand the comments made, but just wanted to provide that feedback. My comments are more in respect of Appendix 1, which is new, and I stumbled at least once over the interrelationship with the criteria that you try to explain in there. So, for example, it says, this appendix sets out the requirements and application material relevant to practitioners' conduct of an engagement in the circumstances when the criteria require. Well, entities may very well have a process even when the criteria don't require it. But those would be the entity's criteria, but may not be articulated as such. And it overall made me think, if this is about the process, let's keep it about the process and not commingle it with the criteria. I think it will make the whole appendix a little bit clearer and easier to use by the practitioners. Thank you.
Anyone else? Wendy?
I want to come in on the thank yous and the appreciation for the work that's been done, and just really proud of being on this board and getting to where we are today. And I'm just going to not going to pile on because I agree with all the comments that were made thus far, but we had actually recommended for the component auditor that's actually in the same office, just adding to the application material, not changing the definition.
Michelle?
Thank you, and compliments to the task force. Just two observations. One was on the group sustainability information definition, where we are saying the sustainability information of more than one entity or business unit. And when we refer to the definition of component, there we are already defining for the purpose of ISAs, a group component relates to a component within the reporting entity's operational control. So whether in the group sustainability information, instead of giving a reference of one entity or business, whether we can give a group component, because that's already defined earlier under the component. And the second observation is under the practitioner's expert, where we are using with staff, including temporary staff. So this phrase, including temporary staff, we're not using in the definition of personnel or in the definition of staff. So is it specific to a practitioner's expert, or it should come with included in the definition of staff, so that wherever the word staff is used, it would automatically include the temporary staff? Thank you.
Josephine, were you?
Ado, sorry, on your comment on the appendix, did you say you didn't raise it in offline comments, but it just, you did, thank you, sorry, because I didn't catch it all, so I want to make sure we can go back to it, thank you.
I've just checked, Ado, was that comment on Appendix 2 or Appendix 1?
Appendix.
On Appendix 1. Okay, I was looking for the words there in Appendix 1 that you were talking about, wasn't seeing, but we'll have a look at the comment.
Yeah, that's why I asked, because I couldn't see what you were looking at. I think it might be Appendix 2. Thank you.
So noted for the future. Okay, Dan, back to you.
Yeah, maybe just a couple of quick comments on this input. Hernan, on your point on this tabular format without letters or numbers maybe affecting the translation process, I might have to think about that one a little bit more, because even if there were letters or numbers there, if in the translation process it was put into a different order, wouldn't that have necessitated changing the letters or numbers anyway? So maybe what I'm saying is without letters or numbers, as long as all the definitions are there, if they're translated, if they're in a different order, as long as the whatever it is, 56 definitions or whatever are there, does it really matter which order they might be in a translated version of the standard? But Billy, I don't know if you have a thought on that point or not. Certainly don't want to create any confusion in the translation process.
Yeah, Dan, my thinking was very much along your lines. I think as long as all the definitions are there. But maybe, Hernan, if you really think it is a problem, maybe we can just have an offline discussion, because I'm struggling to reconcile why the numbering would make a difference.
I just like to generally what we see around the room is everybody's comfortable with what we've presented, Hanan, and in the box format, and it was getting really ridiculous in terms of putting letters and numbers against this. So I'd really, unless there is a fatal flaw here, I'd really rather just accept it as it is in the box.
Yes, I'm comfortable with the format in table, just adding numbers, because when users of the future standards try to map the versions in other languages and in Spanish, referring to a definition that is not in the same order in the English format could be confused for different users. But it's just a suggestion, not a problem really for use the standard.
Okay, so we'll stick with it as it is then. Thank you.
And just to respond to a couple of other comments, Julie, on NOCLAR, there never was, I don't think, Josephine, a task force discussion about including that definition. Group component and value chain component, obviously we have them as essential application material to our definition of component. The IAASB, as I recall, agreed to do the same thing, that the core definition is the same, and that they just have, it's the placement of their application guidance might be a little bit different, but it essentially and conceptually, I think we're in the same place as they are on that one.
Yeah. In fact, actually, they asked us to bring it into for reference to and for the purpose of this into our definitions, so it aligned. So we're actually responding to their requests from that regard.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And then the only the final point is on this notion of another practitioner and whether that might be from the same firm. And the task force was intentionally trying to stay away from lumping in the same firm with another practitioner. If you look at application material A19, the more common scenario would be for a component practitioner, where an office of the same firm might be involved in doing the work. The notion of another practitioner, definitionally, it's the practitioner is unable to be sufficiently and appropriately involved, and so it would be really an exception to the rule for that to happen. But that is addressed in is it A20? I mean, that's the exception to the general rule. Is it A20? Hang on. That's the exception to the general rule where if you are able to be sufficiently and appropriately involved in a work of another practitioner, it doesn't specifically refer to another office within your same firm, but the principle would still be the same. So rather than further complicating the definitions or the application material by trying to address these situations dealing with the same firm, I guess I think the task force preference would be not to make any further change on this one.
Okay. Anyone want to come in? Julie?
So Dan, I take the point. I guess I'm thinking back to the way Neil had explained another practitioner to us in June. And I think about that. And because that work could be done in the context of a separate engagement altogether, that by not having that as a possibility seems like they've kind of fall through the cracks as to how I treat that practitioner, because I think it's quite possible then in a big firm, big network, that you could potentially have engagements being performed for other reasons that you might use that work of. So it just felt odd to not at least address it somewhere, whether that needs to be in the definition or application material. I guess I'm not too fussed either way, but to address it somewhere.
I think in this situation where you have that, then you have to think about the principles of the standards. So what do the principles say, which is what Dan's already said. So it's a separate engagement. It's regardless of when it was performed, can you use that work? Can you actually dig into that work and actually maybe send off that individual to do some more for you? Then you're in a component practitioner situation. If you can't, then you have to go through the requirements in another practitioner. That to me is more like implementation guidance using the standard and the application material to help you walk your way through that. And I think from that perspective, the best place for that is to think about when we're drawing up some of these scenarios and examples in our first time implementation guide. This is one what we might think about. Well, what if that's like a FAQ, but what if XYZ is from the same office in the same firm? But most likely we're getting back to what we have in terms of that presumed scenario, that if you are in the same office, same firm, even if it is another engagement, you should be able to engage with that individual and have a conversation with them. And as I say, do some kind of direction, supervision and review. So I think that it's one of those common sense applying the principles as they are now, but certainly I think it could be one where we could think about adding a particular scenario in our first time implementation guide. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Wendy?
No? So that was going to be my default, Josephine. After I said, I think if you could just take a look down at 104, which is where A104, which is where we recommended adding a sentence on this topic. But if it doesn't work for all the reasons you just said, I was going to default to implementation material. Thank you.
Okay. I think we've made it through our 56 definitions. Oh, sorry, Dave.
Thank you, and congratulations on getting to where you are with the standard. It's really been a humongous task, and I'm proud to see what you've accomplished. This is my first IAASB meeting. While I have been reading the words as the standard has developed, I'm a bit confused on a component practitioner versus another practitioner versus a management expert, and the and what that means to the assurance provider as they evaluate the evidence that they're getting. A possible suggestion is, do we need some sort of a visual or a decision tree to help the auditor or the assurance provider, pardon me, analyze this? So that's one question. The other, and Wendy, since you brought up paragraph 104, I thought I just mentioned this. There's sort of that rebuttable presumption in there that if it's from the same firm, it's a component auditor, but it acknowledges in the next paragraph that it may not be. Is there a reason why that rebuttable presumption is not in the standard as opposed to the application materials?
Okay. Dan or Josephine?
You can't really make it a rebuttable presumption in the requirements because every scenario will be different, and then so you may find yourself in a single entity scenario having to explain why you're not in a component practitioner or another practitioner scenario. So it is one of those odd situations where it's not like, for example, management override controls, where management override is present in all entities. This is not going to be present in all entities, and therefore it's not an appropriate requirement. And actually, in this case, this is stronger than what we had before. So we have strengthened the standard by making it alerting the practitioner to the fact that we would ordinarily hope that you could get into a component practitioner scenario. And so in some ways, we've actually improved the standard in that situation. But as I say, because it's not relevant to all scenarios, it can't be a rebuttable presumption and a requirement in the standard. And then to your earlier point as well, in terms of sometimes it gets a bit confusing, management expert, practitioner expert, and other practitioner component. We are actually going to put something in the first time implementation guide that explains how they interrelate if they do, and why they're different, because it cropped up in June and it cropped up in July, and the board was happy that we will address that in the implementation guidance. Thank you.
Thanks. And just to close the loop on the comments on the definitions on operational control, the task force did have a little bit of a discussion this morning about the wording, but it essentially came to the point that Josephine mentioned, which was you look in the first instance to the applicable criteria, and if it's not clear there, then you kind of apply the kind of the plain English concept of the ability to direct or manage or influence operations. And this might be another one that, if more is needed in the implementation guidance, then something could be added there. But I'm not sure that there's much more that can be done in the standard itself. Sue, to your point, though, can have a look at a couple of other references throughout to operational controllers to make sure that it's being used in the same context as intended.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we ready to move on from definitions? Next slide.
All right. Okay, thank you. And there really were only a couple of changes of significance in this particular area. Paragraph A61 deleted the last bullet there based on a suggestion from IAASB, and then in A63, the last sentence was deleted because it was deemed redundant with the requirement. As an appropriate authority, if they are making a determination of at least as demanding. Presumably, they would have needed to undertake some kind of an assessment in order to do so. So that was deleted. So now the paragraph focuses only on what the concept of an appropriate authority might be. And that same change also was made in paragraph A74, the deletion of that last sentence. So Tom, that's it in terms of the setup. So we can ask for input on 19 through 29 or A47 to A67.
Thank you. Anyone on 19 through 29 and related application material? Okay, I view that as support for the proposed language and changes. So we can move forward. Next slide.
Okay, a few things to highlight in this particular section of the standard. Paragraph 30, we've already talked about the change to the application materials, and don't need to mention that anymore. Paragraph 34 reinstated the lead-in wording that was there in the June draft. That was based on a suggestion from the board in the July board call. And then the application material to paragraph 43, the couple of paragraphs that we were in fact just talking about, A104 and A105. And if you recall from the July board call, this application material was added to address the concerns that were raised by IAASB Committee 1. And A104, the separate paragraph was there, was highlighting the presumption that the practitioner would ordinarily be sufficiently and appropriately involved in the work of another firm at a group component. And that also was discussed with Committee 1, and they were supportive of that change to strengthen from an expectation to a presumption, and actually to highlight it in a separate paragraph. And then A105 is what we'll refer to as the exception to the rule, those circumstances where the practitioner may not be able to be sufficiently and appropriately involved in the work in a group component, but still wants to use that work. And then the principles that would apply then would be in paragraphs 50 to 55, essentially treating it as a work of another practitioner. So that in terms of the changes, Tom, to highlight, everything else is that might be there was described in the changes paper. So we'll open it up for input from the board.
Okay, 30 to 49, we're talking about quality management. Okay, I think it's not surprising. We talked a little bit about this in our July board meeting, and I think you've addressed the concerns. So why don't we move to the next section? New slide.
Yep, and this is firm level and engagement level quality management part 2. A couple of changes in the requirements here. Paragraph 51, there were some wording changes there in response to a board member comments in June about the reference to conveying assurance. And then in paragraph 52, task force talked about this one and concluded that there may be other assurance reports besides one-to-many reports that address internal controls, so that wording was broadened to essentially to refer to other types of assurance reports as well. In the application material to paragraph 50A, actually we had quite extensive coordination discussions with IAASB on this particular requirement relating to the what ethical requirements, relevant ethical requirements may apply in using the work of another practitioner. And A125, this was, as explained in the July board calls, is the hook to the provisions in the IAASB code for using the work of another practitioner. It's been revised based on our further coordination discussions with the intention of keeping it brief and factual and deleting the example that was there, as the specific provisions in the code have not yet been finalized. So the suggestion was not to include the example. Paragraph A126 is the replacement for a paragraph that was discussed by the board in the July call. The board found that that paragraph was A16A in those materials, found that the wording was confusing, even though it was derived from some wording in ISAE 3000. So the task force decided to revise this. We have to keep in mind that this is an important paragraph from the standpoint of IAASB, having something in 5000 to provide a little bit of a steer for practitioners in distinguishing assurance and non-assurance engagements. So the task force landed on these kind of general high-level principles that are focused more on the nature of the engagement and the wording of the practitioner's report. Again, just in the interest of providing a steer for practitioners. And then the only other paragraph in this section to highlight is A142, again, part of the coordination discussions. And this is the bridge to the relevant ethical requirements and the provisions relating to using the work of an external expert. So all of this wording, by the way, in these paragraphs that I've mentioned here have been discussed and now agreed with IAASB as part of our coordination discussions. So Tom, I'll turn it back to you for input on this part of the standard on firm level and engagement level quality management.
Thank you, Dan. Any comments? Sachiko.
Hello, everybody. And thank you, Dan, for your explanation. And first of all, thank you very much for task force for your hard work. And similar to Wendy, I'm so proud of being here today. And Mike, I have two comments for this area. And my first comment is on paragraphs 51 and 52. And my comment relates to the meaning of one-to-many report. And I think the meaning of one-to-many report seems to be not very clear for particularly two reasons. And firstly, paragraph 51 use the word user entities, and I think it should be changed to different words. I think we can simply say the entities instead of user entities. This is because ISA and ISAE define the term user entity in the context of service organization that relates to the concept of the assurance reports on control at a service organization in accordance with ISA 302. Therefore, by using the term user entities in paragraph 51, I think people may misunderstand that the one-to-many report only covers the assurance on the controls. But I think the intention of the concept of the one-to-many report here is broader than just only for the assurance on control. And secondly, it is not clear why paragraph 52 does not refer to one-to-many report and instead refers to an assurance report of another practitioner, because when the practitioner plans to use an assurance report of another practitioner that identifying complementary user entity controls, I think such a report meets the description of one-to-many report in paragraph 51, which is an assurance report of another practitioner that has been designed for use by user entity and their assurance practitioner across a value chain. And thank you, Dan. for your explanation, I understand that, the intention was that, there may be other assurance report that identify these controls. But if so, I suggest adding an example of another report, another practitioner that is not a one-to-many report, but identify any complementary user entity control so that the people can understand the differentiation. My second comment is on paragraph A126, and my comment relates to first bullet, A126, and my comment relates to the reference to consulting or advisory engagements. It seems to imply that the sustainability assurance practitioner can use the work of another practitioner, the consulting or advisory service in its assurance engagement. And in my view, consulting or advisory engagement should not be used for the sustainability assurance engagement here. Therefore, reference to consulting or advisory engagement should be deleted. That is my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachiko. So the reason, first of all, this is a standalone standard. And you have to remember, so the user entity is not supposed to be just directly compared to 3402 or 402 because we're in 5000 here. And what we were worried about in changing that to entities, or even we thought perhaps reporting entities, might somehow confuse matters, because then what entity are we talking about in this? So we have to give it a hook. And we think that a user entity in this situation could be, for example, a component is actually obtaining a one-to-many for their own reporting purposes, for their own value chain, which is then reported to topcos. So there could be multiple users within the reporting entity that are getting these reports. And so essentially, whilst we're very used to it in 3402 and 402, there's no reason why in this situation, this kind of report might talk about products and services that a supplier might provide, or if you're talking about something else along the value chain. So we'd rather not change that to just entities from that perspective. And then what we can do is we can explain out that when we're talking about user entities, who that might be and what type of reports you might get from them along the value chain, because that's more about taking the principles and the practical application, which is more for guidance rather than the standard itself. And then in terms of 50, my eyes are so bad, sorry, Sachiko, bear with me. In terms of paragraph 52, in terms of the operating effectiveness, where you have complementary user entity controls, we think it's possible that you could just have a one-to-one report in this scenario. We feel like if we only make it a one-to-many, we're somehow reducing the flexibility of the practitioner being able to get hold of that information. So what we thought we can do two things. We can either say in this particular requirement that it's this or that, or we can put in the application material that you might have a one-to-many report in that situation as well. So the task force will think about where best should that sit. Should it sit in the requirement or should it sit in the application material? And then the other thing on A126, the advisory piece is really important, because what is happening in the marketplace today is that a number of organizations are using advisors and consultants to help them go through their materiality process. And there's absolutely no reason why a practitioner shouldn't be able to use that work when they're also understanding what the organization has done to come to the conclusions that they have in terms of what are the material topics that they want to report on. And that doesn't really fit into agreed upon procedures necessarily. They tend to be called advisory services. So that's why we thought it was important that the practitioner should have access to that. If we remove it, then that means they can't use it. So from that perspective, we actually think it's an important addition to the standard, rather than, but I know our thinking usually in audit that wouldn't work, but it does work in this particular situation. Hopefully that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. It's very, very helpful. And maybe why I was a bit confused by the meaning of one-to-many report is I feel maybe I understand value chain being very general meaning rather than just, only focusing on the component that we don't have operational control. So I just thought it's everything. So I think maybe it's very helpful if you have some, extra explanation in maybe implementation guidance. Thank you. Yeah.
And maybe just to add to what Josephine said about the advisory service and consultation services, remember that is still subject to that if you want to use that work, you still have to pass the competence, capabilities, and relevant ethical requirements hurdle.
Okay. Anyone else on these paragraphs? I think we can move ahead.
Oh, thank you very much, Dan. That was very quick work. I hope it's going to be as quick for my paragraphs. Oh, great to see everybody. And the changes we made in relation to this section on fraud and non-compliance with laws and regulation, the main changes we made was at the board's request in June to elevate the application material in A133 to A134 to a requirement which is now 66A. So that's regarding the reporting fraud or NOCLAR to an appropriate authority and when that might occur. So that has been done. And that's really the main change on this in relation to these paragraphs. So really open to comment.
Anyone? Okay, I think you're more responsive to comments.
Thank you. Next slide, please, Michelle. So the next section relates to communication with management and those charged with governance, as well as documentation. So we made just a couple of changes relating to the requirements. So I'll touch on those and then a few relating to the application materials. So in paragraph 67, we reinstated the requirement to communicate significant matters. And that was really to underline that it need not encompass everything. You're not communicating everything, just those significant matters. Secondly, in paragraph 73, we had an extra paragraph we've added in, a subparagraph AA, and we removed that requirement because that requirement related purely to that practitioner or firm determination of what's at least as demanding, and we've now removed that requirement. We've narrowed that down as we discussed at the June meeting. So there was no need for that anymore. And then we made some changes in relation to the application material. In A168, we made some clarification that the paragraph is not intended to duplicate other requirements in the application material. So we really simplified that down to the additional requirements. So you'll see some of those bullet points have been removed because they were duplicating what's already required or in the application material elsewhere. And the final one I'll just highlight is we just made a small deletion in A182 as at least as demanding. We didn't think it needed any further reference there. So that's really it in terms of the changes to these paragraphs. That open it up to any comments.
Okay, requirement 67 to 73, an application material up to A185. Okay.
Obviously, Dan's given me good vibes, and I'm now to flow through here.
I think some of it also relates to the fact that we've gone through these paragraphs a number of times and they're not huge significant changes. So
Yes, no,
well
absolutely.
done to the team.
It's now lunchtime, Tom. I'm
No,
just
it's not.
joking.
Nope, it's not.
Totally, that was a joke. Sorry, that was a joke.
Not yet. You have to.
Our timetable says it's lunchtime. I realise it's not lunchtime. It's an hour
1
early.
o'clock.
Sorry, I wasn't looking humorous enough when I said that. Okay, so if we could move to the next slide, please. So we're now moving on to the preconditions for the engagement, as well as the terms of engagement and Appendix 2. So Edo can come back with his comment in just a moment. So really very limited changes to the requirements, really just putting the heading reflecting the requirement in for paragraphs 74 to 75. And looking down at 84, we just were aligning the terms there when we're talking about combined limited assurance and reasonable assurance engagements that we also do in the reporting section. We were just aligning those terms and using combined there. So going through and just touching on some of the application materials. So we've really, the work here on the application material has been very much centred around, for example, in A186, in contrasting the work effort at the acceptance and continuance stage from the breadth and depth of knowledge obtained in performing the engagement. So that's really the purpose of the changes, to make that as clear as possible, following on from our discussions in June. We also did look at the public sector application material in A188 and really trying to link that back very clearly to the requirements and also to be really clear what those presumptions are. We did look through some other application material relating to the reasonable basis for the sustainability information. We and made a number of changes there in A192, A195. 195, we've retained the characteristics, even though we did discuss at the last meeting the possibility of removing the characteristics of sustainability matters, because we felt that was actually quite important, so we retained that. And with respect to the suitability and availability of criteria, one thing that will come up again that we did change is in A199, we clarified that the reporting policies are those that select and apply the criteria, and this will come up again later when we talk about reporting policies. So we're very much wanting to consistently use, and have made changes to consistently use those terms, select and apply the criteria. And we have separated out the application material in A200, and that one was to really underline this differentiation between the criteria and the reporting policies. So again, that's trying to make it really clear when additional criteria might be required, as opposed to policies for selecting and applying. And a couple of other changes in A205 and A213, really aligning, removing where there's duplication and aligning with 3000 in the case of A213. So we did make quite a few changes to Appendix 2. So we did get to tidy that up, and we can come back to that when Edo's made his comments. So really over to you for comments.
Lily? You were. Okay, it's over to me, maybe. Julie?
Thank you. And Claire, this is in relation to A199. And it's being read to assume that in A199, as the words are, that you could almost skip over the evaluation that's required in 77 if you have a criteria that's been set out in law or regulation. And I think 77 is applicable regardless in all circumstances. But if you have a criteria that's set out in law or regulation, you sort of got an easier track or a practical expedient to get there because it's already been, set in law or regulation. But the concern was the words don't say that 77 has to be applied. So it was being read as if you were kind of skipping that evaluation that's in 77. So we had sent in some suggested wording just to add that the indications to the contrary really come out of your evaluation in 77 to link it back to the fact that that would be required in all cases. So that was the only point I had on this section.
Okay, thank you. Billy?
Well, I think both Ada and I are now reaching for our cards for the same reason. I just wanted to make sure that we got Ada's comment on Appendix 2. So Ada, if I heard you correctly the first time, all you're saying is in the paragraph 1, we should just say in the circumstances when the entity has a process to identify, and then you don't refer to when the criteria requires. If the entity has a process, this is the appendix that helps you to understand where you're going to touch on that process throughout the engagement.
Yes, and I think you can just delete in the circumstances when the criteria require and focus this on the process rather than the complexity of the criteria in the middle.
Because the reality is they do need a process irrespective of whether it's required or not. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Eric?
Good excuse for me to jump in. Not really a huge point here, but in A186, the last sentence talks about the breadth and depth of preliminary knowledge differs, ordinarily differs in nature and extent. And just not sure that we need the breadth and depth. It seems to suggest there might be a difference between nature and extent and breadth and depth. So perhaps that could be simplified. That was just a suggestion. Thanks.
Claire or Justin?
Yes, thank you very much. Is that all the comments? Yes. Okay, fantastic. So I just want to have the requirement in front of me when I'm responding to you, Julie. So bear with me. So yes, I note that you talk, sorry, no, it wasn't a requirement, it was the application material in A199, and you were concerned that it implied that 77 wasn't, that requirement 77 wasn't necessarily still applicable, but we also don't want to undermine the effect of that. That is a presumption that that we don't want to undermine, and I'm just going to have a look here at the amendment that you proposed. So we, apologies, I'm just trying to find the right paragraph here. 199.
Billy, you want to come?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, Julie, if I understand you correctly, you're basically just saying align A199 more to paragraph 3, because paragraph 3 also talks about the presumption, but it says in the absence of indications to the contrary. It's that same notion that needs to be reflected in A199.
Well, it is there in A199, but absence of indications to the contrary was being not read to say that might be as a result of your evaluation in 77. And so it was just an ask to tie, just in brackets, something as identified through the evaluation as required in 77. I sent in some different words that are better than that, but it was just to make sure that it wasn't implied that there wasn't still an evaluation required in that circumstance.
Well, I think the evaluation is going to be simply, it is going to be very straightforward in the case of that framework. So it's not going to be covering off all the matters relating to the characteristics of suitable criteria and so forth. It's going to be very much taking that presumption that it's a accepted framework. So I'm not quite sure whether you're implying a greater level of work effort than acknowledging that, or it's a known framework, acceptable framework.
Yeah, I think if we add your wording in, it gets us right back to now we have to go through the evaluation of the suitability again. That's the issue. And it's like if you're picking up a set of financial statements and it's IFRS, you certainly don't go through a whole suitability of criteria assessment. You accept that framework as it is. And so from that perspective, this was very important, particularly to our European colleagues, that we didn't send the practitioner down the track of having to assess the suitability of ESRSs in the context of reporting under CSRD. It's far too much work, and and then it would be inconsistent across the piece as well. So I think from the perspective of the wording, and to be fair, others haven't seen the wording, but it does take you right back to having to evaluate the suitability of the criteria again. So we're slightly worried about adding that kind of wording in there. If you're simply saying that in accordance with paragraph 77, and then going on to say framework criteria, so we're linking it back to what we're talking about, which is paragraph 77, that's a very easy reference back, and we can certainly make that fix. We definitely don't want to undermine what we're trying to achieve here, which is to tell the assurance practitioner that in the absence of indications otherwise, you can presume it to be suitable. I'm getting nods around the table, so I'm just making sure. Okay.
So then the next, the other point then that came through from Eric regarding the breadth and depth. We did actually think that we could remove those words. The task force thought we could remove those words. So if the board is supportive, we would look at removing the breadth and depth. So it would just be the preliminary knowledge is ordinary, differs in nature and extent. It's unnecessary to have the breadth and depth there. And in relation to Appendix 2, we've already had that addressed, Edo, and there was another, I think some other editorials that we appreciate. Thank you very much for those. So I think that's all the comments that came out on that section.
Okay. Next slide.
So that's you.
Okay, this section of the standard on evidence, there really was only one change to the requirements. It was paragraph 91D. And that was based on board member suggestion. I think it was Ado's suggestion that says, why not have a similar requirement to what's in proposed ISA 500 revised related to evaluating the appropriateness of the work of a management's expert. So that has been added along with the application material in A274A that also was taken or derived from the application material in proposed ISA 500 revised. And then there were a few changes in this section to the application material to address some comments from the board in Madrid and some offline comments, mostly for additional clarity related to information from value chain entities outside of the entity's reporting control. And acknowledging that there may be limitations on management's ability to obtain such information. A lot of these were points that were raised by Robert in the June discussion and had been addressed to some degree in the paragraphs that were added. And now this is just some further elaboration on those paragraphs. So the paragraphs in particular, the A241, A255, A256, A258, and then that extended into A291 and 292 to talk about how that might affect the practitioner's approach or procedures for that information. I know we got some offline comments on A255 and 256 in particular. The task force has had a bit of a discussion this morning. I won't go into that. So Tom, I think at this point, it's probably best just to open it up for board comments on these particular paragraphs, 88 to 93, and then the application material up to A278.
Okay. Ada?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Dan, for the clarifications. And I had some comments with some of the paragraphs you're referring to, and appreciate what the task force is trying to do. Probably a lesser point in respect of A255, but it refers back to 241. I think the circumstances are just slightly different there because 241 is focused on the practitioner's inability to access rather than management. So maybe that may want to have a look at it, but or just delete as explained in 241. But my bigger point is the emphasis that is now being placed, and I'll get back. The same point is in respect of some of the other paragraphs, that the practitioner may need to place more focus on whether management is compliant with applicable criteria. And that's all fine, and I appreciate that. And the same with 256, when management's unable to obtain material value chain information, they may do something else, and it may be a limitation. And that's all recognized, but at the end of the day, we need to be crystal clear that it's the responsibility of the practitioner to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence. And so there may be a host of limitations, and they may all be clarified in the sustainability statements, and the practitioner may repeat them, but it's not an excuse not to qualify for it if there is no sufficient appropriate evidence. And I think there's various places in the standards where I felt that warning is necessary, and whether we consolidate it somewhere and point to it, but that underlying notion is there. And I'm also concerned by FAQs brought out by the EC that also seem to suggest that, well, if it's all difficult, then then management need to have done reasonable effort. Yeah, of course they need to have done reasonable effort, but if reasonable effort doesn't lead to sufficient appropriate evidence, it's still a qualification. And that is the evolution that sustainability reporting will have to go through. We cannot now let loose and then tighten later on. We need to have one threshold, sufficient appropriate evidence, which means qualification at the beginning. As entities tighten up their processes, remove inherent limitations, or get better in the way how they estimate, or if to what extent they use other party information as a derivation rather than direct input, that we need to have this baseline that everybody attests to. And that's yeah. So that same comment also goes to 256. I think it goes, 256. I'll come back to it on A292, but I'll just refer back to this discussion because we don't need to repeat the whole thing again. Thank you.
So your effective comment is something notwithstanding this, a reminder at some point in standard. Like it seems like you wouldn't want to keep on saying the same exact statement throughout, but maybe. Okay, thank you. Wendy?
So I agree with my friend, the evidence king over there, but I have a particular comment on 256, because I think we're confusing or combining scope limitations with material misstatements, which might have been in some of the things that Edo says, but in 256, it is it is unclear in 256 what management did do if they were unable to obtain necessary information and unable to estimate it. So management's inability to get information may result in a material misstatement, but it is separate from the practitioner's inability to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence, which is part of Edo's point, which results in a scope limitation. So we just I have a recommendation within the change that was made in the third sentence of paragraph 256, that leaving the first two, there may be a material misstatement in the sustainability information, period. If management obtained material value chain information, but the practitioner is unable to evaluate the reliability of such information, the practitioner may have a limitation on scope.
Okay, I assume you shared that wording with the task force for their consideration. Eric?
Thanks. Similar comments. A255, the reference to placing more focus on, just wasn't really clear what the intent was in terms of what does that mean from a worker point of view, placing more focus. And in A256, support my colleagues in terms of the clarity needed there. And linking it to the need to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. I also wonder whether in 256 you've deleted the if sufficient appropriate evidence cannot be obtained through alternative procedures. And I wasn't really clear why that was deleted, and thought it was still an important consideration that the practitioner may be able to presumably try and perform alternative procedures to get the evidence that they need to avoid a scope limitation. So I thought those words were useful to keep. Thanks.
Julie?
I won't repeat what Ado and others have said, but I'm in support of working out something that would lead the practitioner to identifying a scope limitation should they not have the evidence they need. So without repeating all of that, I would be in support of the task force thinking about that.
Bill?
It's not something that can be written into the standard, but just following up on Edo's comment about sufficient appropriate audit evidence, I just need to say that over the first couple of years, we are going to have so many decisions that need to be made about what is sufficient appropriate audit evidence. We get into the value chain, et cetera. So it's one of a robust debate we could have around what is our expectation about practitioners in their first 12 months of implementing this standard, and we will have the fact that limited assurance is all that's required in some jurisdictions, and that may be a solution. But I just wanted to get off my chest that there's no point us trying to think a few words in the standard is going to fix what are going to be significant transitional decisions made by practitioners.
Okay. Anyone else? Dan, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. And thanks to the board for that input and for your offline comments, which actually were very helpful. And the task force had a look at those this morning already and agreed that paragraphs, A255, maybe A256 in particular, was conflating the notion of management's difficulties in or potential difficulty in obtaining information from the value chain and the practitioner's ability to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence. So the task force has already come up with or had a look at some revised wording for those two paragraphs. When you see the turnaround document, I think what you will see is paragraph A255 will be more focused on this particular issue of management's the difficulties in value chain and getting value chain information, and also how that affects the practitioner. But highlighting, to Ado's point, the fact that, whatever is there, whatever management is able to obtain, the practitioner still needs to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence about that information, making that, that overarching responsibility clear. And then 256 would be a more general paragraph focused on scope limitations if there was an inability to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence. And because this is all, these paragraphs are all, they're more general paragraphs with respect to evidence dealing with the form, availability, accessibility, understandability of information, so that it's not intended to get into the depths of evaluating misstatements or reaching a conclusion as to whether a modified opinion was needed. That all comes later. So the task force will continue to explore that, and like I said, I hope the board will be pleased with the outcome when you see the revised wording here.
Okay. Should we move?
The next slide, please, Michelle. Thank you. Thank you. So I think, Dan, you're heading off with 94 and 85, and then Claire. Thank you.
Okay, planning. This particular series of paragraphs addresses both general planning considerations and materiality. So I'm going to handle the planning side, and then I will pass the baton to Claire to talk a little bit about materiality. There was a change to paragraph 95A, and that was to be consistent with ISO 600 revised, referring to assurance work, and to align with the wording in the code. A281, this application material paragraph, you may recall a discussion in June about adding an application material paragraph in the planning section to encourage communication between the practitioner, the sustainability assurance practitioner, and the auditor of the financial statements. And it was suggested that communication might focus on matters that may be of mutual interest between the two engagements. So that paragraph has now been added. And a couple of other changes in the application material, again, mostly for clarity and to address board comments in June. There is the paragraph A292 that was referred to in the previous section, and Ado's comments, there apply equally to what the practitioner is doing in response to in terms of planning to obtain evidence. I still have to recognize the overarching responsibility that you need to get sufficient appropriate evidence. So Tom, that's it. Or I'm sorry, Claire, do you want to say anything about materiality?
Well, I could do, unless you'd rather just take the comments on that.
I think since this is all one section, we might just highlight whatever changes were made in materiality and take them all at one time.
Yes, so in the requirements, just one small change in the requirements in relation to materiality, and that's in paragraph 98, where we simply were replacing apply with take into account. That's in relation to the perspectives, the double materiality perspectives of financial and impact materiality. And there are also a number of changes in the application material, and that focused on paragraphs. Primarily, there was a slight change in A308, actually, also just reflecting that wording, take into account both financial and impact materiality when the practitioner is considering double materiality. But more particularly in relation to performance materiality, we did make some changes in A310 and 311, and that was really to improve the understandability and the consistency in the way that the concept of aggregation risk is described in ISA 600 revised. So that was one of those paragraphs, particularly A311, did create quite a lot of discussion at the last two board meetings, as I recall. So we've really tried to pare that down, and we've also focused A311 on relating it to the group engagement, which of course is going to be highly relevant to aggregation and disaggregation in that grouping. So that's it. Yeah, over to comments, I believe.
Sorry, I just wanted to add though, Claire, so 98, it looks like we agreed this at the July meetings, the June meeting. So all that changes is in response to the board already had agreed that wording at the June meeting. So just in case it's not something new we've introduced. Thanks.
Okay. So on the planning side, 94 to 101. Activities and materiality. Ido, and then Eric.
Yeah, just to point to A292, and we've discussed this already, but also looking with interest to the SMPHE comment letter that was shared with us overnight, and when I read their letter, I got the sense that it was leading to confusion, because they are talking about the limited procedures that the auditor will do, and also that users may not have an appropriate understanding that the role of the practitioner was different. And that is what the text is suggesting. Responsibilities, however, are not different, and that's still to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. But so I think this was giving me only more substance to raise the comment that I provided before. Thank you.
Eric.
Thanks, Tom. And my first comment is on A281, and certainly appreciate the addition of this material. I think it's important. I think it was important to work on how to improve the communication between the two practitioners there. I did get confused though with the sentence, or the intent of the second last sentence, which is talking about if such matters are identified, communication may take place at appropriate times, and other matters of mutual interest may be identified. And so I wasn't sure whether you were suggesting that the other matters of mutual interest, are they communicated at different times throughout the engagement, or are they meant to be other matters other than sustainability matters? So there's just a bit of confusion around that sentence, if you could consider whether it's clear. And my next comment goes to A292. And A292 is built on paragraph 95B, which is determining the resources needed to perform the engagement. And it talks about determining the nature and extent of evidence to be obtained, and a number of possible procedures that might be considered. And I was just wondering if, first of all, whether it's in the right place, because it doesn't seem to be talking about resources as much as talking about performing procedures to determine what kind of procedures might need to be performed to get the information you need. So that was Yeah, that was a question for you to consider whether it's really in the right place, given the subheading that it comes under. Thanks.
Sue?
Thanks. So I had 2 points. One was actually to reinforce something that Julie suggested when we were talking about the definitions. As previously, I picked it up in the detailed work. But the reference in 95 to assurance work, it would be helpful to have some kind of description, articulation as to what that was, and particularly whether the work of another practitioner is assurance work or not. But the more substantive point I had was in paragraph 97 around materiality. And it's interesting talking to practitioners who are starting to use these draft words to plan out assignments or start thinking about that. And it's particularly thinking that some of the reports under the very broad reporting frameworks may have, 1,000 or more disclosures. And the requirement is talking about determining materiality for quantitative disclosures. In a financial statement audit, we have an overall financial statement materiality, which is used to start doing the risk assessment. But that kind of overall figure doesn't necessarily exist in a sustainability report. So the practitioner is in a position where you may not be able to scope out things that clearly conceptually are not material to users without having that consideration at that early stage. There's kind of like an interim step that in a financial statement audit you've got, so you can essentially do the risk assessment more focusing on the ones where there is a genuine risk of misstatement. I'm probably not explaining it very well, but it's more when you've got such a broad range of disclosures that there are clearly items that are not important to users, but that you haven't got that overarching figure to work on. So it's reflecting some of the practical concerns. I've sent in some sort of suggestions or thoughts for wording that the task force, I hope, will be able to consider to reflect that piece about, are we really asking people to set or determine a materiality for what may be literally hundreds of disclosures. Thanks.
Julie?
Thank you. And Josephine, I do remember that discussion on paragraph 98 from June and the change from shall apply to take into account. So all good with that. My comment is the application material paragraph that's associated with that. So it's A308. And wondered if now with that change from shall apply to take into account little a and little b in that application material paragraph, with the use of ordinarily, kind of takes us back to the shall apply concept as opposed to take into account, which might be more linked to using the term may in those sub bullets as opposed to ordinarily. So we'd sent in some suggested wording to reflect that, but the use of ordinarily sort of takes us back to this shall apply concept, which we had moved away from in the June meeting. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, back to the team.
Okay, thanks. And maybe I can just sum up a couple of the comments on the planning side, and Claire, you might have a response or so to a couple of comments on materiality. But on planning, on A292, as we mentioned earlier, we'll have a look at that paragraph in relation to the other paragraphs on evidence that we spoke about earlier. Just make sure that the message is clear throughout all of this. On A281, we may have to we'll have another look at the wording there to make sure that it's clear. The initial reference to common sustainability matters that may be susceptible to risks of misstatement. That was kind of I'll call it the anchor in terms of the communication. And then the other matters of mutual interest was meant to be nothing more than just a catch-all for anything else that might come up that the respective the practitioner or auditor might think, or the practitioner in this case might think is of interest to discuss. But the positioning of the wording may not be bringing that through as clearly as it could. So we can have a look at that. And then the only thing I would say on the placement of A292 is it's been here and attached to 95B for a while. Just at first blush, I can't think of a better place to put it, but can take a step back and have another look. But it seems to work okay where it is. And hopefully the board would agree with that. And that materiality, I don't know if you. Sorry.
Work versus assurance work. What is it?
Yeah, so on paragraph 95 and the work versus assurance work, I know that the reference to assurance work is very important from IAASB's perspective, and you can have a look at any words that you sent through on that to see if if any further clarification may be needed. But we thought already the standard had the guidance in terms of how you might differentiate assurance engagements from non-assurance engagements and that type of thing. A lot of guidance already on component practitioners, another practitioner. So not, at least for now, not clear what more might be needed or what more might be helpful in this regard.
I can address a couple of the matters that arose in relation to materiality. Now, Sue, you were concerned about, the level of detail or how many disclosures would require determination or consideration of materiality. And that was very much the thing that we tried to address in talking about the groupings of disclosures and how they will be aggregated or disaggregated. And there was a lot of additional material put in to the standard in that regard in order to avoid the very challenge that you're talking about, where you would have to drill down to every single of the 1,000 disclosures or whatever they might be on an individual level rather than grouping them in logical ways. And the other aspect that you did raise, and thank you for sending through some suggested additional drafting offline, is whether that could be addressed by bringing in the concept of the risk of material misstatement into materiality. And we felt that although, and we talked to the task force this morning about this as well, and acknowledged that in our discussions that it is an iterative process, that materiality and risk are hard to separate, and they are considered by the practitioner sort of at the same time or maybe back and forth depending on the engagement. And the more, arguably, the more qualitative, the more that iterative process would take place, but that we didn't really feel it in a requirement that we should be merging those two concepts by adding the wording around where there may be a risk of material misstatement. We didn't feel that was appropriate in the standard because we're kind of forcing, if you will, the practitioner to look at, in every case, materiality and risk at the same time, whereas they may, particularly say quantitatively, look at that separately. So we weren't sure that would help, but we wanted to just point back to what we'd done, that work that had been done on the groupings and aggregation and disaggregation. So Sue, maybe, yeah, you want to come back?
I can just come back briefly on that. I think, I mean, I appreciate the aggregation piece, and we did work through some of that, but even in the discussion there with some of the practitioners, they're looking at, 300 plus groupings, and I think the question is really around what the implication of some of this is. Are we expecting people to document materiality for groupings that are falling out of scope and so on? So that's just some of the background. I appreciate if it's not coming through and not bothering others, it's a different issue, but it's definitely something that is coming through practitioners who are looking at some of the very broad assignments.
I don't know, Neil, if reflecting on practice and some of your discussions in the task force, you wanted to come in here.
Yeah, happy to, Tom. Stu, it's a very real challenge that a practitioner is faced with, especially when you have a large number of pieces of information to provide assurance on. And I think there are a number of areas that get it down. So the grouping is the starting point to say, well, let's look at the definition of a disclosure and realize that you can have multiple pieces of information, and that really does bring the number of items down that you'd be looking at. And then the practitioner needs to, assurance is hard, and it's harder, it's got more judgment than in financial audit in a number of respects, and you don't get the free ride on the 5% of profit, hey, this is the number, anything that looks as if it's going to move to apply. And so you do need to go through this iterative process. And unfortunately, the areas that you do need to perform work on, you will need to consider or determine materiality depending on whether it's quantitative or qualitative. If it's a big engagement with many pieces of information, that will mean there are a number of areas of materiality to calculate. You shouldn't be determining materiality for disclosures that you don't think you're going to be performing work on, but maybe some do fall out. So it's possible that you have one and actually there isn't a risk. But that should be the exception rather than the rule. And then later on, I'm sure we'll debate the paragraph, I think it's 138, you'll see that regardless of what happens in the risk assessment, if there's really big important things that you didn't pick up in your risk assessment, we're going to perform work on it. So it's iterative. It's a chicken and egg scenario. It's not perfect. It's not linear. And I think the practitioners are going to have to keep circling back to make sure that they get it. Perhaps some implementation guidance would assist them.
Okay. With that piece of practical wisdom, I suggest that we close this session of the meeting. We're at 1 o'clock.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you address Julie's issue about ordinary.
Okay, should we do that first? It's Julie's issue about ordinarily.
Yeah, so Julie, we'll just make sure, I've just written a note, we just need to make sure that that the application material is consistent with what we have in the requirement and look at that and see if that's valid. Thank you.
Okay. That handles that. Okay, we're gonna close this morning session up. We'll break right now. We'll reconvene at 2 p.m. and we'll turn back to start with paragraph 102. Okay, so thank you very much for the good start to the meeting, and we're making good progress. Thank you. Okay, we're going to start in a minute. Okay. Welcome back. Are we back online, Michelle? Thank you very much. Okay, we're about to get to risk assessment. And I'm not sure, am I handed it over to Claire? Claire, the floor is yours.
Lovely, thank you very much. So indeed, the first of two slides on risk assessment. So on this slide, we're going to be looking at determining the suitability of the applicable criteria and understanding the entity's reporting policies in particular. So first of all, just to run through briefly the changes we've made. So we made minor change to 106 in changing the heading to align with the requirement. Some of the related application material in A321 to clarify the preliminary knowledge obtained in accepting and continuing the engagement may need to be supplemented in the performance stage, as well as A328A, which is a new paragraph to explain the additional work effort that may be required on the suitability of the criteria at the risk assessment stage. So it's trying to clarify the increased work effort at the risk assessment stage. In understanding the entity's reporting policies, we've added a new heading for this because there's a new requirement in paragraph 107, and we've amended the requirement in 107A. So the purpose of these changes is to, again, differentiate the work, well, in this case, sorry, to differentiate the work effort on the suitability of criteria, which is in 106, from the understanding of the entity's reporting policies. And we did touch on this earlier this morning, but this dives in a bit deeper. And I note that the changes that we've made here do very much align with ISO 315. And so I mentioned 107 has been amended and now really clearly differentiates policies from the determination of suitability of criteria. And we have moved things a little bit to sort of streamline that requirement. We have a new application material in A342A to clarify the entity's policies, that they're not criteria, and differentiating those. In A342B, another new paragraph that includes examples of the difference between criteria and policies. So they're essentially the changes that we want to talk about now. So over to comments. Thank you.
Okay. 102L to 110. Greg.
Thank you, Tom, and big congratulations and thank you to the task force for getting us to this point. So in Madrid, you might recall that I raised a concern about the relationship between the applicable criteria and the reporting policies, and I really thank the task force for responding to that concern. I think what we've now got is a clear statement that these things are separate. So we've got reporting policies on the one hand, and we've got applicable criteria on the other. And I like the increased prominence to reporting policies because I think in this space of reporting sustainability information, I think the reporting policies are going to be crucial to the quality of the ultimate information that's reported. At least as important as accounting policies are to the financial statement. So I think the idea of giving more prominence to the reporting policies is a really good move, and I fully support it. I guess I just wonder if we could go even further. And I've identified for the task force a number of paragraphs where I've suggested they look and just see whether where it currently says applicable criteria, whether it should also have a hook to reporting policies, because we've separated the two notions. So if you look past this point in the standard, a lot of the requirements just refer to the applicable criteria. So either we're inferring that we also mean the reporting policies, or we don't mean that, and we're only focused, so in other words, we're at the higher level of the applicable criteria. We don't mean to dive down into the reporting policies, but to me, when we're worrying about the quality of the information being reported and the risk of misstatement, I think, at least in some cases, we need to be in both levels, because it's not just about the high level principles in the framework, it's actually also about how is this going to be applied in the reporting policies of the entity. So I guess I've encouraged the task force to think about where, both in the requirements and in the application material, we could have additional hooks to the reporting policies. But I've sort of, in my feedback, I've said I'll be guided by the task force. So I'm not, I guess I'm putting it out there as a thought and a challenge and an encouragement, I guess. But I don't see it as a fatal flaw. I think it would be better, and it would be clearer if in some cases we could, where we mean both, I think we should, be clear that we do mean both. Yeah, so that's my comments on that. So I really thank the task force for going as far as they have. I think what we've got is increased clarity, but I still think there's a bit of a risk of lack of clarity. So thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
Thanks. And I'm also supportive of the new material that's dealing with reporting policies. I guess in my outreach, there was some, when stakeholders were reading A342A, they just found it was a lot of words, and the same words seem to appear a lot, and people were just getting a bit confused around the distinction because of that, and just wondering if it's possible to simplify that, the opening sentences of that application material, and I've sent in a suggestion for you to consider to get the point across, but in a more simple manner, if possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Ada?
Yes, and so also in my outreach, whilst practitioners understand reporting policies and fully appreciate the effort of creating that linkage, practitioners were confused in how this really works, and then maybe I'm getting it wrong, but you create the reporting policies on the basis of the criteria that the framework sets or that you've set for yourself. And and I also wonder, can we just explain it a little bit simpler? Well, there's for example, in A342A, there's this difficult sentence of the criteria need to encompass sufficient principles as the basis for the entities to select and apply reporting policies that are yada, yada, yada. I think if you just delete the sentence, it wouldn't do any harm in understanding what we're actually trying to achieve. And also with 342B, and I've sent in these comments, so I'll appreciate if you have a look at it, but example of entities selecting and applying reporting policies in accordance with the framework criteria, and then there's two sub-bullets that confuse practitioners rather than help them, even though it's not unclear, the example of a mining company, and I guess you refer to the disclosures rather than financial disclosures in the example. So I think financial needs to come out of there, but can we bring this down to its core in a little bit more simpler language? And I've suggested some language. Thank you.
Okay, so we have people in support of the direction that the board has taken, the task force has taken here. Some suggestions that simpler language could be helpful, particularly as it relates to A342A. And Greg asked for some amplification, but not a fatal flaw. So leaves it to the wisdom of our very wise task force on that topic. Claire?
Thank you, and thanks for the comments, and thanks for the offline comments that reflect what's been raised in plenary now. So I just wanted to respond to Greg, and we definitely acknowledge, you know, your interest in having the reporting policies addressed everywhere that's relevant throughout the standard. So we have had a look through that and looked for places where it may be missing at the moment, and we felt that in quite a number of the cases, and thank you for flagging where they weren't currently, thank you for flagging those. In many of the cases, we felt that it was actually just criteria that we wanted to ring fence it, or the task force thought it better to ring fence it to criteria and not, and in some cases it would muddy the waters and create fresh confusion if we threw policies in there, because the starting point is, of course, suitable criteria and whether the entities have applied those criteria, and whether the sustainable information is in compliance with the criteria. So it's only where the policies are additional, where they're needed in selecting and applying those criteria. So we did look through, and we did find some places where we felt, yes, that the application material has flagged the policies appropriately. But we did notice a couple of places where we thought it could be augmented. So we can come back with those places. For example, we communications, we thought A168, we could add something, so we'll come back with that. Also accumulation and consideration of misstatements. That could be, we thought, a really good place to highlight policies, because that's one of the comments you'd raised, Greg, that we need to reflect that the appropriateness and not suitability, the appropriateness and the requirement that we have on policies, that we need to reflect that in. If there's a misstatement that we need, so those were a couple of the places we thought would be really valuable. We didn't want to put it in too much to overemphasize it. So just to give you a feel for how we thought we would come back on that point. Just going back to we thought the statement was pretty clear, separating 106 from 107 and 107A. So we're hoping that was clear, Greg, in separating those things. So, but if there's something we've missed, then you can let us know. So, Eric, we hear what you're saying. You were concerned that A342A was too wordy, maybe too complex, and that also. Again, Edo mirrored that in what he was saying. He thought that was a bit confusing. So we did go back and have a look at that, because you've kindly sent us those offline comments, and trying to work out, well, could we just cut out some of that material and simplify that? And when we actually had a chat to the task force about it this morning, and when we broke it down, we actually felt that the build up within that paragraph was really important to provide that basis for the reporting policies. So explaining that the criteria, provide the principles, have to provide the basis for that, so that the policies don't become something additional unto themselves. By that I mean that they are not effectively entity developed criteria. Still very much the criteria has got to provide that foundation. We looked at the first sentence is trying to describe the policies, too complicated, and we thought the task force's original feeling was to perhaps take out the reference to specific principles, because that's what the criteria should be doing, but that they felt comfortable the policies provided the other aspects, their bases, conventions, etc., etc. So we were a little bit reluctant to remove the build up there to what the policies provide. We felt there could be some simplification, and we'll certainly come back with that. But I don't know whether there's any other board members that have a strong view on that paragraph, but welcome other views. But we didn't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, if you will, on that one. Now, you did also mention, Edo, that you were finding the example a bit confusing. And there's certain reason for the wording, for example, financial disclosures, that was very deliberate. So what we did is we actually used a real example from IAASB standards and SASB standards. So we didn't want to use something that was just theoretical. This is actually the exact wording from an existing framework and an additional framework that needs to be used in this case. So those words are precisely from the framework. So and we used both sets of criteria because it also illustrated that you sometimes cannot just rely on one framework. You might have to supplement with another framework, or in other cases, entity developed criteria. And then the policies are then those things that again select and apply those criteria. So hear what you're saying about the complexity. It's really, I guess, coming back to, well, do we want that real life example where that's actually what we're seeing in one of the frameworks? So yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Should we move on? Next section.
Yeah, this is the second tranche of paragraphs relating to risk assessment procedures, and there really is very little change to these paragraphs. There was one minor change to the requirements, paragraph 117R, just to align the wording with the requirements in the other requirements in this section. And then there were a few changes to the application material, particularly to the application material to paragraphs 120L and R, minor changes to address comments raised by the board in June. So Tom, with that, I'll just ask for the board's input on these particular paragraphs.
Okay, 111 to 123. Hernan?
Thank you. I think that a reference in the 11R was omitted to the paragraph 118R at the end. There is reasonable assurance reference 118R, I believe.
And that's actually, it's not one of the components of the system of internal control in 118R, so that's why that reference isn't there.
Yes.
Okay.
In this part.
No, we haven't missed it. I'm saying it's not, it's 118R.
There's one of the.
It's not a component of a system of internal
It's
control.
not
So it's
reference.
not.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on this section? Risk assessment procedures, 111 to 123 related application materials. Okay, I think we can move on to the next slide.
Okay, on responding to the risks of material misstatement, just a few things to highlight in these paragraphs. Maybe the biggest is paragraph 138 and the related application material in paragraph A436. Recall the board discussion in June. There was the baseline concern that was raised was an implication that this might apply or require substantive procedures to be applied in all cases. It was certainly not the intent of the paragraph. And the board had a couple of comments. One was the wording in the requirement referring to important to the information needs of intended users was essentially describing concept of materiality. So the task force just changed the requirement to refer to materiality. The bigger change, though, the task force wanted to clarify in the application material what this paragraph was all about, and why it would be necessary to for the practitioner to consider the need to perform substantive procedures. This is sort of the analog in 5000 to paragraph 18 of ISA 330. What we don't have in 5000 is the concept of significant classes of transactions, account balances, and disclosures. But what we do have is disclosures that may in fact be of particular importance to intended users, but for which the practitioner has assessed the risks of material misstatement as being at an acceptable level or acceptably low in the circumstances of the engagement. And all this requirement is saying is, if you have those disclosures, basically, as Willie would explain it, this is kind of the scary stuff, because it's those disclosures that intended users may in fact be focusing on. And the practitioner might be aware of that, by the way, through the understanding of management's materiality process. So anyway, it's an alert to the practitioner to say, in that case, because of the importance of these disclosures to users, consider the need to perform substantive procedures. And that was the reason for adding paragraph A 436 to try to explain this and clarify the reason for the requirement. So that's that one. The other change was basically a structural change. The paragraphs 145L, 145R, and that was again based on board comments and suggestions to better align the requirements for estimates and forward-looking information between limited and reasonable assurance. And the last change, the requirements 146R and 147L, also structural in nature, but based on the direction from the board and what the board agreed in June, which was to essentially make those two requirements aligned with the presentation in ISA 3410. So one requirement for reasonable assurance dealing with the revision of the risk assessment, one requirement for limited assurance dealing with the deep dive. And Claire is going to talk just a bit about fraud and NOCLAR.
Yes, so within that section, we do have responding to fraud and non-compliance with laws and regulations. And we've made the change really in the requirement 127 is just trying to just standardise. We try to standardise the wording that we're using in relation to fraud and NOCLAR. But the more substantive change is in the application material, A428A and to A428B, which are both new application material paragraphs to clarify the avenues that the practitioner can pursue if management or those charged with governance may be involved with fraud or non-compliance. And so this new material aligns with ISO 240. We have removed an example from A429, which related to the IAASB codes to minimise the risk of any inconsistencies between their final wording and what we might have in here. So that was just a practical coordination issue with IAASB. There are a few places throughout that we've tried to as I said earlier, align the wording of fraud and NOCLAR and make it consistent. But they are the key changes. Thank you. Over to you for comments.
Okay. a number of paragraphs here, 124L to 151. Eric?
Thanks, Tom. Just really one comment on paragraph A428B. Really just a clarification, because the way it's worded, it sounds like the practitioner's response may require reporting to an appropriate authority, if you sort of miss all the words out in between. So I think what you're trying to say is the practitioner's response might include reporting the identified or suspected fraud to an appropriate authority. So we've made a suggestion of how that might be clarified, but that was just something that people raised as being a bit confusing. Thank you.
Okay. Robert?
I want to refer to what Dan said with respect to the requirement in 138. First of all, Dan, I hear what you said and I like what you said, which is the intention you mentioned when the practitioner's judgment are supposed to due to the practitioner's judgment are supposed to perform substantive procedures if they deem to be material from a practitioner's view. But what you really meant is explained in A436. And the wording in 138 using the notion of materiality, material, might lead to some confusion. At least when we discussed it in my jurisdiction, stakeholders were a little bit confused at the beginning. And the suggestion is that maybe we can put some more wording in from A436, which is of most importance to intended users, into paragraph 138. Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, Sue, sorry.
Thank you. Dan, your explanation on 138 I thought was really helpful, and maybe there's some points there we can capture from for something like the implementation guidance, and I think we also had a suggestion whether we could give an example in a 436 to build out some of the points. My other point was on A429, which is the deletion about the reference to the IAASB code, and I understand we're in a kind of tricky situation around timings and what have you, but I felt that that's actually really quite an important example to have in there. It is talking about alerting the external auditor to something that's come to the attention of the practitioner, and it's something that we draw on in other places. So and I've got the same. There's another place where we've deleted references to IAASB, and I just wonder, given the timing, whether there's a way in which we can sort of fine tune that or something like that, and actually bring those examples in, because I do think they are important to the interoperability. Just accepting that maybe the wording might change. I mean, I kind of hope we don't, because given all the other discussions we've had about the interface, we've got to be getting pretty close. So is there a mechanism by way we can include those examples and just sort of finalise them once IAASB's finalised their wording?
Sue, just on that one, because I think that's a fair point, because it was quite helpful because it brings it to life. Could we use it as an example, but not specifically mention the code? Say, for example, relevant ethical requirements may include requirements to consider whether to communicate, something along that line, so that we don't go ahead of what IAASB decide, but we are giving what is a relevant example.
Well, you could do, but given that I think IAASB is approving in December, which is around about the time that hopefully we have PIOB approval as well, I just wonder. I think the reference to IAASB is helpful. We've got it in other material that we have. I mean, yes, your solution kind of addresses that, but it seems a shame to miss the cross reference.
Yeah, I think we just have to be very careful about hardwiring. The timing is what it is. And so your point's well taken. But maybe the way to deal with it is through application material or guidance to be clear that that's what we meant. But we take some risk. So Ado, and then back to you, Greg.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, I'd be fine with relevant ethical requirements. Just to come back to the discussion that Sue raised, I do see a danger of hardwiring to IAASB in light of the discussion we're yet to have. In respect of 138 and the application material for 36, we also had a comment and reiterating Robert's point that it's really the practitioner's determination of what's material that we're after, and by bringing in the entities process to identify that may throw some practitioners off to take the wrong path. And I was just wondering, there are disclosures that are at an acceptable risk, but you still need to consider the need to design, perform substantive procedures. And I'm just wondering, okay, why is that clear? And I can clearly understand the linkage to paragraph 18 in 330 for reasonable assurance, but we're also talking about limited assurance here, and that's so there's an element of clarity. If it's at an acceptable risk, why do I even need to go there? And not least for limited assurance, and that what this means for limited assurance engagement is really hard to comprehend. So that's, and also it's not in the review standards, a similar requirement. So are we now elevating this to more for limited assurance engagement than otherwise? So that's some of the feedback that I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Greg.
Thanks, Tom. Para 150 is where I am. And I guess it's linked to my earlier comments about reporting policies. I just wondered whether there's something missing in 150, and that's the consistent application of the reporting policies, sort of a la 600, ISO 600. There's reference to the applicable criteria, but that's just that all entities have been included. So we're trying to work out the risk of material misstatement from the putting together process. I would have thought the consistent application of reporting policies is important in this setting, but I'm not sure which powers you picked up and which you haven't. So I guess I'm just reinforcing, I think this might be a good one to add the reporting policy flavour into, like 600. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else want to come in on these paragraphs? Josephine?
Greg, we don't actually, we don't cover reporting policies in the consolidation process in ISO 600, and we did bring in more requirements around groups in response to comments we heard on exposure. And that piece about the reporting policies across the group is very much part and parcel of the understanding, which at a principal level, which is what we're trying to deal with here, obviously on a global baseline, is there now. So and it's expressed. So when you're thinking about reporting policies, you've got to think about it from a group perspective. But the balance here has, it's tricky, but I think personally, and I think the board's happy with the balance we've got with what we're bringing in from 600, but I just wanted to reiterate that this is about the aggregation process itself, and we don't deal with that even in ISO 600 in terms of reporting policies. So that's why we wouldn't entertain it in here, because we're going above and beyond our gold standard, as it were.
Okay. Would you like to respond to the other comments?
Okay, well, thank you for that input. And maybe what I can do is just a quick response to the comments on 138 and A436, and then Claire can follow up with anything on the comments related to fraud and NOCLAR. the task force did talk about the application material in A436 a bit this morning. And in fact, also talked about the possibility of thinking of an example, and can give that some more thought, as long as it's an example that is short enough to be able to get board agreement between now and Friday. Ado, a little bit to your point, the one thing that, as the task force reflected on it again, the one thing that may be missing here is a little bit of the why. Why would the practitioner consider the need to perform substantive procedures? And that why it's articulated in the application material in ISA 330, and it gets to the fact that, well, the practitioner's risk assessment is judgmental, number one, and secondly, there may be inherent limitations with internal controls, including management override. So what's missing here is that aspect. It's that why you would do it. There was a little bit of discussion in the June board meeting about that, and to the point, Ado, on limited versus reasonable assurance, Warren gave a fairly eloquent explanation in June about the fact that, as is stated in the application material, for limited assurance engagements, your understanding is more limited. It's less extensive than it is for reasonable assurance. So the notion of the risk assessment being judgmental, it may be even more important for limited assurance engagement to consider the need for substantive procedures on these disclosures that really are of particular importance to intended users. So the task force will have a look at adding back the I'll call it the why, putting in another paragraph of application material here that hopefully will further explain for practitioners why this requirement is there.
Thanks, Dan. So on the fraud and no class side, Eric, you mentioned that it wasn't clear in A428B what we were reporting. It hadn't occurred to me, to be honest, that that was an issue. So I think what I'm understanding, that we would just need to add some words in there around reporting the identified or suspected fraud or no class, that type of thing too. Is that what you were saying? Correct me if I'm wrong. You just want to know what we're reporting to the appropriate authority. If I've misunderstood, apologies.
It's really probably just a grammar thing, really. It's just the way it could be read as being the report.
Yeah.
The
yes.
response needs to be reported to the authorities.
Yeah, it's the clarity of wording.
Yes,
I
so
got
the-
your point.
The actual, perfect.
It wasn't the substance of what we were getting at. You agree with the substance, but the way it is clunky, the way it's worded.
Okay, and so I believe the only other point is essentially on the fraud we have touched on already, which is what we do with those examples. And further to the point, we understand we need to bottom out those wording this week. So we either can make it generic or we probably have to keep it out of the standard. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep moving.
Next slide, please. Yep, perfect. Okay, so this slide covers quite a lot of brief sections of the standard: accumulation and consideration of identified misstatements, evaluating the description of applicable criteria, subsequent events, and written representations. So there aren't a lot of changes in here. It's just a few of the application material paragraphs that have been amended. On accumulation and consideration of identified misstatements, we remove some duplication in A465. In A468, an example of omissions of sustainability information that should have been disclosed based on the entity's process to identify the sustainability information reported or the criteria. So that's been included. There's, in relation to evaluating the description of applicable criteria, in A495, other framework criteria were added, as this was just an omission in that paragraph. So very limited changes to this section. So over to comments.
Okay, 152 to 169. Just said not much has changed in the section. Any comments? Okay, I don't see any tense up, so that surprisingly, people are still fine with the drafting. Move to the next slide. Thank you.
Right, yes, thank you. So this section is on other information, and the main changes was the 173, the placement. We moved this requirement up, if you recall, in response to the board comments in June, to at the stage where you're talking to management about any inconsistencies or material misstatements in the other information relating to the financial statements where it's other information. So we welcome your thoughts on that paragraph. We made some amendments to a couple of the application material paragraphs, A504, relating. We made amendments regarding for understandability and to remove a bit of duplication, and A507A. This is actually new application material that explains the reason for paragraph 173. So for that really quite revised requirement, and just highlighting that may assist the practitioner in determining whether the other information is materially misstated or if there is an inconsistency. So that's essentially the changes in there. Over to any comments.
Okay. Other information, Sachika.
Thank you, Tom. I have a comment on 173. I understand this has been changed based on the discussion in June, but the current wording seems to me whenever the practitioner identifies that a material inconsistency appears to exist or become aware that the financial statements appear to be materially misstated, the practitioner is always required to communicate the matter to the auditor, regardless of the outcome of the discussion with management and those charged with governance. But I think there should be some room for practitioner's judgment about whether to communicate the matter to the auditor. Because, for example, there may be some situation where the practitioner found that the identified potential material misstatement was simply because practitioner's misunderstanding about the matter, or it was due to clearly unintentional error, which was corrected by management immediately after the discussion with practitioner in accordance with paragraph 172. Therefore, I think we need to change the wordings in the requirements so that the practitioner can determine whether to communicate depending on the situation. For example, my suggestion is adding as appropriate in the requirement and explaining the circumstances as I mentioned in the application material. That is one of my suggestions. But my point is about maybe we need to have some room for judgment. That's my comment. Thank you.
Sue?
Thanks. And I think I'm possibly similar to Sachiko. There's in 173, the practitioner, of course, when we've been talking about materiality in the context of the sustainability information, is looking at the various disclosures and so on, and may not have any insight into the financial statement materialities for the audit. So suggested some wording that maybe sort of reflects more the fact that the practitioner may or may not know whether the financial statements are materially misstated. And then flowing into A507A, there's a phrase which I think Sachiko highlighted was about the any misstatement in the financial statements. So that was again, we've suggested some wording there to keep the two aligned, I think. Thanks.
Hey, Claire.
Okay, thanks, Sachiko and Sue. So I understand your reticence about having a requirement to communicate with the financial statement auditor, whether or not, whatever the outcome of that inconsistency or potential misstatement is. And we have discussed this at length with the task force. And again, this morning we discussed it with them. And the view of the task force was that actually this is a way that the task force didn't want to reduce the requirement to it, for example, as appropriate or some other caveat, but that if there was such a inconsistency or potential misstatement, that they really felt that communication should take place, and that there may be aspects of what management might advise to explaining away perhaps what may be an actual misstatement or a inconsistency that should be of concern, that it was important to actually make contact with the financial statement auditor. So they were feeling strongly that yes, actually would always want to communicate. And bearing in mind, this is in ISSA 5000, other information is only information you have available at the time that you finalise your report. So it's not looking, you don't have to go back later once the financial statements have been finalised, etc. So for smaller engagements, say on sustainability, it's unlikely the financial statements will be available. But in those larger engagements, which are side by side, if you will, it's probably more likely. And that was the view of the task force. But obviously we welcome other board views on that point. I just want to check though, Sue, I know you did make a similar point, but again, I think it goes to the same thing that the task force felt that communication should take place, and whether the practitioner, yes, recognising the practitioner may not understand completely the financial statement auditor's perspective or their materiality, but at least it was out in the open and there was nothing hidden or unclear. And the A507A, I'll just have to have a quick look at that. Yeah.
And I think, Claire, my point is more that A507A is saying something slightly different to 173. So if the intention is what you've described, and I don't think I disagree, although I do wonder the extent of the shopping list of maybe trivial things we could be asking for. But if the intention is that everything is shared, then 173 needs to say that quite clearly as well, I think. No, 507A I think does say it, because 507A talks about any misstatement, whereas 173 is talking about anything that might materially misstate the financial statements. So I think there's a bit of a disconnect there.
Yes, ironically, it's inconsistent with the requirement. Do you see that? See what I just did there?
And we do have a missing word in there as well. Material is actually missing from A507A, that we did pick that up. So we'll double check that consistency, but as long as the board understands the intent, which is quite a direct requirement to communicate.
Okay. Philly?
Hi, Tom. I just wanted to add that when we discussing this morning, we also reflected from a practical point of view, is this a too onerous requirement? And I think after we reflected to that, and Neil had some input as well there, we don't think it is a too onerous requirement. I think it is it's not disproportionate. It is about when material inconsistencies appear to exist, or you become aware of possible material misstatements. And we thought in that case, you do need to clarify that with the financial statement auditor. So that's where we landed. So I just wanted to add that to what Claire said.
Dave?
Thanks, Tom. I just wanted to add that this area of communication and two-way communication eventually is something that we've had in our public interest issues at the PIOB for some time. And I think to let the sustainability assurance provider decide what to communicate or not communicate doesn't give the financial statement auditor the ability to address the error using their materiality and scoping, nor does it give them the ability to assess any internal control weaknesses that may have given rise to the error. So I understand there'll be some minor modifications, but I'm supportive of the language the way it's drafted.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, and I see by lack of 10 cards coming up that people are in support of the general direction, subject to some refinement that the task force has taken here. Okay. Back to you, Claire.
Thank you. So we'll go to the next slide, please. We're now looking at forming the assurance conclusion, and the significant change is in the requirements for this section, where we have a new requirement in 181A, to clarify that the practitioner does not evaluate whether the sustainability information achieves fair presentation when the sustainability information is prepared under a compliance framework. And that was something that came out of the last meeting. We, in addition to adding that requirement on compliance criteria, we have also broken up the requirement in 184, which is the documentation requirement, and we've broken those up so that we've got separate sub-requirements for the documentation for each of another practitioner, external expert, and the internal audit function. So each of the evaluation of each of those that work is separately listed in that documentation. And part of the reason being is that some of it's an evaluation, some of it's a determination, so that it's clearly mirrors the standard, the requirement relating to the evaluation or determination of each of those pieces of work that's been done. So that's it on this slide.
Oh, you did that, Claire. Thank you, Claire.
Okay. Any comments on these? Hi.
It's on. Thank you, and thank you to the task force for all the great work on this. I've been silent so far because I've been really much in agreement with what's been done. 181A. I understand and like the wording that's been added there. The only thing that I think might be softening the requirement or misleading the practitioners to think that it's not that or it could happen that often is the word "if in extremely rare circumstances." Do we need the words "in extremely rare circumstances," or could we just delete those and still have the same meaning come through, because that's based on a judgment? Or by saying that, we're saying this will never happen, so you don't really need to look for it that often. It could be read that way. So, thank you.
Sue?
Just looking at the comparison with ISO 700, and just wondered whether there was something in that 181A area that we were maybe just missing around. Well, firstly, determining whether it's necessary to modify the opinion, and also around the discussion with management and those charged with governance, particularly given that the application material A523 suggests discussion with management and those charged with governance, but I don't think there's anything in the requirement that is talking about that. So incorporating the discussion with those charged with governance in the requirement. Thanks.
Wendy?
Sorry. I think I had a bad reference here on my materials because I have a comment linked to 181A, but the application material that I really want to comment on is A456, which I think might have been in the last section, A456, which is about the point estimate. So I'm going to give that to you now, and I don't know what I confused, but the paragraph addresses developing a point estimate for forward-looking information. That's what I think rarely occurs, and that's when somebody, for 181, when he brought up rarely occurs, I realized I missed the comment. But I don't think that there's a development of a point estimate for forward-looking information. I think I would prefer we go back to what was used in ISRE 3400, which is forward information is subject to greater inherent uncertainty, blah, 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 then historical. The practitioner may focus on the extent to which the inputs, data, and assumptions that are particularly sensitive to variation will have a material effect on the range of possible outcomes. So I think the way A456 is written, it shifts the focus from providing assurance over the process to providing assurance on the outcome. So I don't know where I screwed up the reference, but I wanted to get that comment in. Sorry. And what are we, 184? Okay.
Okay, Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I just wanted to add support to Kai's suggestion. I had the same sort of allergic reaction to extremely rare circumstances, so I would support if that second sentence said, however, if the practitioner concludes. I think that's a more balanced second sentence with the first one, because you're not required to do it, but you might still form that view. So I don't know. There's obviously a good reason why it's there, but it felt to me like you could, that using a compliance framework, you could still have misleading information. I don't think it's that rare.
So I'm going to go back to what Sue said, and let's just go back to 700 and see what 700 says and make sure we reflect exactly what 700 says here, because we don't know yet how this is going to turn out. So, therefore, there's not justification, I don't think, at this stage for us to change an existing requirement that exists in other standards to something else when we don't really know for sure, because we don't. And so I would rather just make sure, to Sue's point, let's go back to, we lifted this from 700. Let's make sure we pulled across exactly what it says correctly. I'm pretty sure we did, Claire, but we'll double check that. And then let's just stick to what we have in our other standards and use the same wording, which Kai may mean that extremely rare circumstances will stay, but at least then we are consistent across the patch.
Ada, were you coming in on this point?
Yes, and I know the language is consistent with 700, so you don't have to look for it. It is. But I still am with Kai and with Greg on this, because I think the sustainability information has much more propensity of being misleading. And I'm just taking an example because we try to work through examples. So, for example, the amount of CO2 that's being emitted per dollar of revenue would be impacted by inflation, where the company is showing a decrease, not by their own accord or doing, but by external factors. And the manner in which management may treat that KPI would lead to misleading information. So if I can think of examples, and this is just one of them, and we had a few, I'm not sure it's extremely rare.
Okay, so let's before, because it's, we're hopefully going to Friday. So we're saying that in this particular instance, we are adjusting an existing requirement because we do have examples of where we think it could be misleading, in which case extremely rare circumstances doesn't make sense in the context of sustainability information and this standard. Okay, so given then let's take on board that the rest of it is actually consistent with 700. Is everyone happy to just take those words out and keep it plain and simple? Because it's no point in
You get a nods here.
Yeah, okay.
Let the record show that people are happy to take. the
All
word
right,
out.
so we'll do that. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on this section? Claire?
Okay, well, thanks for the steer on extremely rare, because yes, it was aligned with 700, so that's fine. We've got a new decision on that. Modifying, so with the 181, Sue, you raised a different point, didn't you, in relation to just recognising the potential for modification or discussion with management. And so we noted, and we did actually discuss this with the task force this morning, that the new 181A does acknowledge that in the last sentence. However, I think the gap that's probably more to your point is that between the fair presentation requirement in 181, we're missing that fair presentation equivalent of the discussion and what next. And so the task force did support adding a new requirement between 181 and 181A that we can draw again from 700 specifically for fair presentation frameworks. And we can use very, very similar wording to 700, and that will fill that gap and sort of balance out the new 181A on compliance frameworks. And we'll keep an eye out in extremely rare circumstances, but I'm pretty sure that's only for the compliance framework. So yeah, so thanks for picking that up. Now, I think really it's that point estimate, the point estimate issue, Wendy, that you raised, and I'll give it a go, and then Dan may have also some views on this one, and I'm just trying to find my place. It was 456 AR, I believe, is the application material that you're referring to. And so you were observing that you didn't think a point estimate was going to be very likely for forward-looking information. That we thought in looking at this, we had sort of articulated the point that the inputs, data and assumptions, they will drive any point estimate or range of possible future outcomes. So we weren't quite sure why we would necessarily need to go into the basis for that information, or we were trying to understand, how I guess we were coming from the premise of, well, it could be possible to have a point estimate or range, even though it's a future event that could have, unknown, we don't know what the outcome would be. Yes, so we're really not quite sure about a change in that regard, but if there's further something we haven't understood, please say.
We actually, though, you haven't, Ado and Jamie put forward some wording which we also looked at, and we thought that would probably help with Ado's point and your point. And so we'll take that away and work on that. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. I think we can move forward.
Okay, fantastic. So we can move now on to preparing the assurance engagement. So next slide, please, Michelle. So most of the changes focus on the big long paragraph 187 in this section, and I will just try to summarize what those are. So bear with me. And some relate to some of the application material linked to that. Yeah. So I'm just going to work through some of the top, even though some's application material and some's a requirement. So in relating to 187B, we did expand on the application material relating to that paragraph in A535 that just bringing in the concept that law or regulation may specify who the addressee may be in the assurance report to expand that. I believe that arose at the last meeting. We then, again, I mentioned earlier this consistent use of combined limited and assurance engagements for those type of engagements. We use that standardised wording in this paragraph, 187C and D. We've used that combined wording. We clarified in application material A538 that an entity's reference to an assurance report in the sustainability information, it's not covered by the assurance practitioner's report, is not necessarily work of another practitioner. So this is where there's something else outside of the engagement not looked at by the practitioner that the entity chooses to reference in their sustainability report. So we clarified that point. We did clarify in A545 in that application material that the applicable criteria need to be identified for each reporting framework when the sustainability information is reported in accordance with multiple reporting frameworks. So to be clear about that. We removed the option following on, just like I spoke about earlier, the option for relevant ethical requirements and quality management. We don't have a practitioner's determination anymore, so we've removed that from paragraph 187D. And we've really simplified the requirements on both ethics and the quality management as to what you have to say in the report to make it much clearer, because it was a little bit convoluted. So that's simplified wording in D. Now again, we have deleted another example in A548, an example, but this one is quite specific. It's just an example that didn't come within Part 5 of the code. It's only in Part 4A, I believe, or B. It's not in Part 5, and so IAASB were keen for that to come out, so not to cause any confusion. Just a few more things in relation to 187. The 187G, the application material A553 relating to the inherent limitations of obtaining information from the value chain outside of the entity's operational control, may affect the practitioner's valuation of the relevance and reliability of value chain information used as evidence. Sorry, I don't have the change right in front of me right now. And then we have also got a new requirement within 187, so that's 187H, Roman 5A, and also new related application material A553A to address limitations of forward-looking information in the assurance report. And then we have outside of, that's 187, so a few different changes, mainly relating, some in the requirement and some in the application material, but we also have another change in the requirement 189, which relates to the reference to experts in the report and not identifying those experts unless required to do so. And there was some lack of clarity there, so we've tried to clarify that it's about naming that expert, not mentioning that an expert's been used. And we've given some clarified wording in the application material around, particularly for long form reports, of still not naming that expert, even if you're talking about their work. And then we've got finally new application material A578A that clarifies the additional wording that might be added to the report if the practitioner or firm is also the auditor of the financial statements. And there was, I'll mention one final thing, that in the meeting in June, there was a request to reflect in the Appendix 3, the illustrative reports a facts pattern for relevant ethical requirements at least as demanding. And we talked to the task force about that and decided against including that fact pattern to overcomplicate, because we really need to use some equivalent relevant ethical requirement, and we think that's better in the implementation guidance or in some work that the NSS are going to be doing with us on fact pattern reports. So sorry, that was a very long-winded introduction to preparing the assurance report. So over to any comments.
Okay. We're going through basically the end of the requirements here of 5,000 related application material. Ado, and then Arnan, and then Sachiko.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Just back in respect, so I was just notified by my Norwegian colleague that this may be one of the longest, then 187 may be one of the longest requirements of nearly 1,500 words. But setting that aside, in respect of the addition to paragraph, what is it, VA, we are adding some text in respect of inherent limitations, and I'm wondering whether that should be better placed under G, that deals with the inherent limitations. Seems to be a more logical point to that. And in respect to the application material of G, which is A553, this is going to be a repeat of my previous comment, but just to alert the users that the explanation of inherent limitations or either by management and the assurance provider does not limit responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Just clarification on paragraph 187A. I believe that it should be changed both limited and reasonable by combined in this paragraph. 187. No, 187A. Thank you.
Okay. Sachiko.
Thank you. I have two comments, and my first comment is on paragraph 189, which is about reference to the practitioner's expert. On paragraph 189 says the wording of that report shall not identify the expert, but paragraph A168, that is the relevant application material, seems to imply that the wording of the report may identify the expert in some circumstances, because it explains additional wording may be needed when the practitioner's expert is referred to by its name. And so these two paragraphs seems to me contradictory, so maybe our task force can take a look at that so that they are consistent. And my second comment is on paragraph A190, which is about comparative information. This A590 seems to imply that status of comparative information should always be clearly identified in the assurance report in all cases when comparative information is not referred to in the practitioner's conclusions. But I think it is a bit contradictory to paragraphs 206 and 207, which only require identification of the status of the assurance report in certain specific circumstances. To resolve this issue, my suggestion is maybe paragraph A590 be moved to application material to paragraph 206 and 207, and adding reference to paragraph 206 and 207 at the end. I already sent the task force my wording suggestion, so maybe task force can take a look at that. That's my comment. Thank you.
Sure.
So it was I guess a question on 188HVA. which is the forward-looking information. And in agenda item 2A, that referred to clarifying that the practitioner isn't issuing a conclusion on the outcome of the forward-looking information, which doesn't seem to be captured in this section. So I just wonder whether there's either whether there's something missing or whether the task force thinking moved on from 2A. And then on paragraph A545, which is looking at compliance with multiple frameworks, there's a sentence that's been added about complying with multiple frameworks simultaneously without the need for reconciling statements and so on. And just questioning, based on discussion with practitioners, whether that sentence is needed. There is an expectation that there might be reconciling statements in order to produce interoperable reports, but whether that would actually undermine the ability to be able to provide an assurance report, we're not sure. Thanks.
Robert?
Thank you. I'm coming back to my favorite, which is inherent limitation on value chain information. Let me begin by saying I'm very much in favor of the addition of paragraph A553, which also was mentioned by Edo. However, in the last sentence in this paragraph, there is an if condition, which says if the practitioner, if management reports about inherent limitation, the practitioner can do so as well. So in other words, if management does not report about inherent limitation, which they might be able to do so according to the framework, this reads that the practitioner is not ought to do the same. So this could or should be changed, and we provided some language for this. If I go on with respect to practitioners' responsibilities, there have been multiple discussions in my jurisdiction between stakeholders, practitioners, and user groups about sustainability reporting. And there seems to be expectation very high regarding practitioners' responsibilities by user groups when management makes estimates about value chain information, which means they cannot obtain information directly, so they ought to do estimates. And these user groups expect that even when management explains why it made estimates, the practitioners should seek further information in the value chain beyond these estimates. So I think adding transparency to the practitioner's report about practitioner's responsibility is important, and we provided also some language about this inherent limitation. And my last one, again, refers to our view, unrealistic expectations by some of the user groups, NGOs, and so forth. They believe that the ability of the practitioner to detect material misstatements in the information obtained from sources in the value chain outside of operational control should or is the same as that for information within the operational control boundary, which I think is not the same, because due to lack of access by the reporting entity and the practitioner to these sources, these value chain sources, ordinarily the ability of the practitioner to detect material misstatements is or could be significantly less. And again, here I also ask for additional wording to reflect this circumstances. Thank you very much.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. I probably have a variation, but on the same theme. Edo talked about paragraph 187 HVA. and moving it to paragraph 187G, but I think my recommendation is just to move it to the application material for 187G. So just slightly different, but probably getting to the same place. And then this is hard to get through, but I think Robert touched on some of it and so did some of the others. There's a difference between management not being able to obtain the information and an inherent limitation. And I think between paragraph 552, 553, we were very confused when we were reading them, and 489. So we made some recommendations to 489 to give a scope 3 example, but not with reference to the value chain. Because inherent limitation is because of the high level of estimation uncertainty, not necessarily because it comes from the value chain. And then we actually recommended deleting 552 and 553 if we could capture it all in 489, or make some adjustments to 583 so that we separate inherent limitations with the limitation of the information. Thank you.
Okay. Sammy?
So I'll start by echoing everybody in the room of thanking the task force for the very good work that had been performed so far. I just have one very simple question with regard to A578A, at which stated that if the same practitioner is also the auditor of the financial statement, that this may be acknowledged and the other information. And I was wondering if it is possible to consider, instead of maybe acknowledged, shall be or ordinarily be acknowledged and the other information, as this is a good piece of information for the user of the report and might give more comfort to the user to know that the practitioner issuing assurance on the sustainability is also the auditor of the financials.
Julie?
I was just going to come in to support some of what Wendy just described, because I think in 553, and I know the task force is going to take a look at that paragraph, but we may have mixed up the concept of a limitation on being able to obtain information versus an inherent limitation. And I think that those are different things. And so the ability can be from, I guess, 0 in that you get nothing to you might be able to get it all. And I don't think that's an inherent limitation per se. That's just a scale of a limitation. So I know the group's going to take a look at that one, but I think the way it's written right now, they seem to mix up the two concepts.
Anyone else? Back to the team here.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we started off, well, there's been a lot of talk around this inherent limitations, and Edo started off by suggesting that we move 187 HVA, where it's under the practitioner's responsibilities, and moving that up to G. I hope I've got that correct.
Yes, and then Wendy suggested moving it as back into the application material as a cross-reference from G. So it's from that. So
I guess the question is for the board, if that's whether it's combining the requirement in G or whether it's application material to G, if the board as a whole think that that should not be in the practitioner's responsibilities section. Sorry, I'm just double checking that I've got that correct. Yes, practitioner currently it's in practitioner's responsibilities, whereas G is the inherent limitations section.
yeah, so we'll take that back to task force and have a noodle, to quote Daniel Montgomery here on that one. Thank you.
And then Hernan was asking about 187A and just noticing an inconsistency. So I need to go back and have a little look at that one. Or both, yes. So you say both rather than combined report, I think is the point you were making. So we'll need to go back and yeah, adjust that most likely, as you say, to combine. So thank you for that. Now, Sachiko, you were talking about the reference to experts, and thank you for your offline comments in relation to that. And we've certainly been having a look at this and seeing what wording we can just make sure that it's really clear in the application material, particularly in the application material to 189. The number escapes me at the moment. So we will make sure that that's really clear. And the point that we need to make sure that these separate pieces are clear, so that the practitioner may refer to an expert but shouldn't name them. The law or regulation may require that they be named as well as being referred to, in which case, what do you do about it? And that's where that clarification is even more important. So it's just making sure, I think, from what I was hearing from you, that those pieces are separated and clear. Yeah. So it was a little bit intertwined before. So we've definitely got some ideas on that. So for the comparative information that you flagged in A590, you were saying there was a contradiction with the with 206 and 207. So we're going to have to take that away, I think, and have a little bit more of a close look at that, because we did talk about comparative information with the task force, and I just want to make sure before I respond to you that I've understood that correctly and what we might need to do on that. We didn't want to get too complicated with the comparative information, but certainly if there's an inconsistency, we can iron that out. So Sue mentioned the forward-looking information and that the outcome that's talked about in 2A, to make sure that the wording is aligned in 187 HVA, wherever that paragraph ends up, because that's one of the ones that may be moved. So we talked there about actual results, and in some potential amendments, I think we did look at whether we could just change that to outcome to align, as you had flagged. I think that was the main thing, that word that was not quite aligned with 2A. So you did also flag that what you said was a confusing statement, which of the reconciling statements on multiple frameworks, etc. And I believe we raised this with the task force, and apologies, task force, if this isn't the case. We'll have another opportunity after this meeting, but I think we have flagged that one as not being necessary, not needing that phrase, and we'll take another look at that sentence, that it may just be confusing. Robert, we'll have to take away some of your comments, but we certainly have read all of your offline comments and do have some ideas that we've been discussing with the task force to address those. And acknowledge your concerns around the practitioner's responsibilities being too onerous, or expectations being greater than what they are for the entity itself. So we'll certainly have a look at those that you've flagged. I'm just moving down then to Wendy, and we've already talked about the suggestion of moving the inherent limitation paragraph, the forward-looking information paragraph, and we note the example, but I think the example that you were talking about with scope 3 was suggesting moving an example from another paragraph, if I remember rightly, and maybe a little bit, we were a little bit concerned about consolidating everything to do with the forward forward-looking, I think there was an example on forward-looking information, if I remember rightly. We were a little bit concerned about combining everything on forward-looking information in one place, and at the moment we try to deal with it in the relevant parts of the engagement. I know it is a little spread out, but so that it's about reporting, we're dealing with it in the reporting section, so we're probably a bit reluctant to combine, but I'll just make sure that we've understood correctly what you're suggesting.
It's more important to deal with the inherent limitation versus other limitations, kind of confusing
Yes.
them in 553, I think, where we can put examples anywhere we want.
Yes, okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I think this is, and we're hearing loud and clear, this inherent limitations is a confusing area for everybody, and it's been something we've been discussing with the task force, so we'll continue those discussions and come with a solution. Sammy, recognise your comment on when the practitioner's also the auditor, whether we can make that a little stronger, something like ordinarily. We can't say shall because that's an application material paragraph, but ordinarily maybe a little stronger, so we'll have a look at that. So I think then Julie is just reiterating what we've just mentioned. So thank you for all that. I think we'll be able to bring those together and work through those with the task force. So thank you very much for all those comments.
Okay. So really, that's about bringing clarity to a few of these items. And we'll leave that to the task force. I think it's a really good opportunity to take our afternoon break. We'll break to 4 p.m. and then we'll conclude our walkthrough for the remaining elements of 5,000. The likelihood is that we'll finish a little early today, but we will need the next session for a little bit. So thanks so much for your attention and your input so far. Really good progress. I feel like we're all systems go. So Okay, can we get seated, please? Okay. I think we should get going. Michelle, we all set? Could we move a slide forward, please? I think we're going to do effective dates first. You want to do effective date first? Or conforming, confident, consequential? Which one would you like to do first? Effective date or conforming amendments?
Conforming amendment.
Okay, okay. Well, I was misinformed. Back a slide. Okay, we're gonna do conforming and consequential amendments first. I guess I'm turning it over to TK.
All right, thank you, Tom. It's my first time speaking, so good afternoon to everyone. For the conforming and consequential amendments, the explanation for the changes are all in agenda item 2A, but I'll just run through a few of the more significant changes the task force has made. We have amended the definition of firm to include reference to the practitioner. We've also amended the definition of relevant ethical requirements in ISQM 1 to also include a reference to the practitioner. Then we've also gone back and used the words or referred to professional accountants instead of auditors like we did in the ED. The words professional accountant or professional accountants is more consistent with the IAASB's other standards as well as the IAASB code. And then the last significant change that we did make was on ISA 720, where we just clarified that for audits of financial statements, sustainable information is also part of the annual report. Oh, then I missed one. We've also aligned the wording to refer to sustainability and other assurance engagements to be more consistent with the what will be the revised title of the handbook and the preface. With this one, we did miss one change in paragraph A19 or A9 of ISQM 1, which we will pick up as part of the changes you'll see on Friday as well. Thank you. Over to you, Tom, for the board's comments.
Thank you. Any comments on the proposed conforming and consequential amendments?
Just one comment, Tom. In the Appendix 1, the illustration, I believe that the ISA for LCE should be included because there is not the box for ISA for LCE. Thank you.
The conscience of ISA for LCE.
It's a different topic. On the heading, we refer to just sustainability and not sustainability assurance, and we do that throughout. What's the reason for doing that rather than saying review sustainability assurance and other assurance? It makes it longer, but it seems like it opens for all kind of sustainability.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes, thank you. With respect to ISA 720, auditor's responsibility, you changed the definition of annual report because you added sustainability reports to it, which is fine. On the other hand, in A5, you deleted quite a few reports which we think should somehow stay, or most of them stay as examples, and the last sentence in A5 prior to the bullet points should be read differently. I think we provided some offline comments to this. Thank you.
Okay. Take some all suggestions for the task force to consider. Any others? Billy?
Maybe Hernan, just to your point, remember when we do conforming and consequential amendments, we're doing it to currently effective standards. So the ISA for LC is not effective yet. So what you are saying will automatically be picked up as the standard becomes effective, because in the ISA for LCE, we also had an amendment to this table that shows that it will be indicated there. So it will be picked up. It won't be shown here, but that's just because the ISA for LCE is not effective yet.
Julie?
I think I have a similar comment to Robert on A5. And I'm not sure, Robert, what your suggested changes there, but I think it's maybe seemed a little early to strike out those examples as something that would not be other information at this point. So I don't know if there's an option to maybe keep some of those examples, but modify the lead-in sentence to that list. So something like may or may not.
And I really think it's completely appropriate to delete those. And this is our opportunity to do it now, because we have actually got a conforming and consequential, rather than just open up 720 just for this targeted. There's not a single thing in that list that wouldn't be in other information today. So, and given that we're including sustainability reports or other sustainability related information now as part of that, it doesn't make sense to include those. I don't have Robert's wording in front of me, but we'll go away and we'll have a look at that, and maybe that will help a little bit. Thank you.
Billy?
Yes, Julie and Robert, I just wanted to ask for clarification, because as I understand it, A3 is fine. We acknowledge it may be part of the annual report, but what you're saying is, if we consider that, it will have to be focused on what we're saying in A5, that this would be when that information is directed at specific stakeholders or for regulatory purposes. It would be that type of thing that you need to frame it in that context for it to be something different from what we are implying in A3. Okay.
Ada?
Yes, thanks, Tom. A couple of small things, and I appreciate I didn't send this in before, but in the international framework, in paragraph 1, we refer to international standards on sustainability assurance engagements. I think engagement should be deleted there to reconcile with ISA. And we have another suggestion on paragraph 2, which I'll send over, because otherwise we'll take unnecessary time here. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, these are a range of comments for the task force to consider. Anything else on conforming consequential amendments? TK, anything else to add?
No, nothing for me. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, now we're going to move to FADI and effective dates.
Thank you, Tom, and good afternoon, everyone. So we have around 50 minutes to discuss one paragraph, the effective date. The full detail of the analysis and the task force reviews and views of the question 27 of the EM is in agenda item 2C. Just a quick recap. There was a strong support for the proposed implementation period of 18 months. Also, there was a strong support for allowing early implementation. And we also noted the calls for coordination or alignment for the effective date of ISA 5000 with IAASB's project on sustainability. there were some respondents who called for a longer implementation period of at least 24 months, given that ISA 5000 is a significant new standard and there should be sufficient time for training and methodology update. And assuming that PIOB certificate of ISA 5000 will come in December 2024, so the task force is proposing an effective date of December 15, 2026 with early adoption permit. Tom, back to you for the board. Thank you.
Okay. Effective date. Comments on the requirement? Sachiko's reaching.
Thank you for reading my body reaction. I suppose the date itself, but I have a comment on the hanging sentence in paragraph 15, which talk about earlier application. May I comment on that right now? I think like other IAASB standard, I suggest 5000 should not refer to earlier application in paragraph 15 because in the preface, I think the paragraph say that unless otherwise stated in the international standard, the professional accountant is permitted to apply an international standard before the effective date specified there, which means each IAASB standard does not need to mention about the permission of the early application if it is permitted. And by having this statement only in 5000, I think people may misunderstand that early application is not permitted in the existing other standards or the standard developed in the future. So I think acknowledgement of the permission of early application can be made through other channels such as press release and fact sheet. So my suggestion is to delete that hanging sentence. That's my comment. No. Seems.
Kai.
It's on the same point as Sachiko just had, and we had the exact same discussion when we had the ISA for LC, and we decided not to put that in the standard for the reason that it's only an implementation issue, and as soon as the standard is in effect, that sentence is no longer applicable. So I think we don't need it there, and it's probably more through implementation materials and others.
Okay, is everyone fine with eliminating it? No? No? So what I have a question, let's have a counter argument of why it's necessary if our preface alludes to it. Is that we're trying to make more emphasis of the point? And have we been requested to have it explicitly in the standard?
Yeah, Tom, I guess the way I would explain the task force discussions on this was the paragraph in the preface that Sachiko is referring to is paragraph 18 in the preface would lead you to believe that if the standard doesn't specifically say something, then early application is permitted. But it also doesn't say that you can't say something in the standard about earlier application. So I think it could be read either way. That would be one point. Maybe the bigger point, though, as Tom alluded to, was this is a significant new standard that's there being used or capable of being used by all practitioners, including those that may not be as familiar with the IAASB standards and the preface. So might it not be a good idea to clearly signal in the standard that earlier application is permitted? That was some of the rationale for why it's there, Tom.
Okay, let me put it the other way. So if we accept the point that it's not prohibited to be in the standard, we also accept the idea that early adoption is permitted and maybe even encouraged. What's the harm in having it, particularly when asked by adopting authorities to have it in it? And so if you feel against it, argument, is there a good argument against having it in the standard? Hi.
I think, as I said, as soon as the standard then comes into effect, that sentence is out of date. So rather than having it as a requirement or in the requirement section, you can have it as a footnote. So it's still there and it's still relevant, but it seems like we would then have a sentence saying that it's already come into effect. We would have to change the standard to take that out. Is that really needed?
Kai, when the stand's in effect, then the effective date isn't relevant either, because it's now in effect an effective date. It's the same for all those, for the A and B above as well. It's the same argument. So should we put it all in the footnote, if you get my point? Once it's the effective date is hit, then the effective date comment is also out of date. As I'm saying, it's not just relevant to the early adoption.
As I said, we also had the exact same discussion on the ISAFRLC. And then I remember you also had the feeling saying it should not be in there for the same reason that we have the same thing. So it's, I think we can go back and forth. So I think, but I'm in agreement. Early adoption is permitted and is encouraged, but it's how should we be consistent with how we do it in other standards as well.
I love that a bit of the one thing we were asked to take out was the encouraged, which was which I think is fair, and so we did remove encouraged because that was just pushing the bar a bit too far. But it's more likely that your non-practitioner community who aren't as familiar with our standards are going to want to use the standard, and therefore it should be clear to them. They may not know about the preface and may not understand it can be adopted early. So I think in this is a specific area where ISAs for LCEs we're still dealing with auditors who are very familiar with our standards and our preface and so forth.
Does anyone, this is not a fatal flaw issue, and I think we could agree that it's acceptable to have it in it. Is anyone going to object to the standard by keeping the reference to early adoption and recognizing it will be an obsolete reference at the point at which we hit the actual effective date? Okay, the point's taken. We could leave it in. Okay, Julie.
My point's different. I understand there could be circumstances where engagements might trigger A and B potentially. They might have a period and they might have an as at. And so question whether it'd be possible to have something in the application material that addresses that reality and which of the dates then is triggered. I think my preference would be it triggers when you get to little a, but regardless, I think we need to deal with the fact that that's a reality and have some sort of application material paragraph.
Okay. Wendy?
So I was struggling with the same construct because I was trying to, so A is for periods beginning on or after December 15th. That's pretty clear, and that's probably calendar 27. Right? But from B, you could be at December 31st, 26. So if you have both sets of information, then you have really early adoption. So I read it many times and I tried to put the years in and I read the separate paper on it and I couldn't deconfuse myself. So I'm hoping that you can do that.
Billy?
Thank you, Tom. Okay, so between A and B, I fully agree with Julie. I think if you have both, you default to A. Because in the case of financial statements, you also have period information and as-at information, and you default to the period information. So it's probably good that we clarify that. I would suggest that we rather maybe use the basis for conclusions for that. We have only one instance where we've ever put application material to an effective date, and that was in ISRS 4400, Eric will remember. That was approved in April 2020. And since then, we finalized the CUSP guidelines that was approved in April 2022, where guideline 4.1.3 says objectives and effective dates shall not have application material. But I do get your point that it's a point to clarify. And I think if we can do that, maybe in the basis for conclusions, and maybe even in an FAQ that is released at the same time, we can maybe achieve that objective.
Can I come back in? You mentioned three things. EM, FAQ, and implementation material. Are there three separate things?
Yeah, so we will definitely put it in the basis for conclusions. And then what I'm saying is while we are busy with updating the FAQs, we can just as well put it in there as well.
I would prefer it in implementation or FAQ so it lives.
Yes.
The basis for conclusions, not many people go back to. Sorry.
No, that's fine. That's why we'll cover it in both.
No. Josephine reads a different basis for conclusions every night. Yeah, 5:40s tonight.
How do you think I sleep?
Okay, anyone else on effective date?
We're getting slightly mad now.
Okay, so I think with the extra explanation suggested by Billy, people support the approach of the task force here. Okay, anything else, Fadi, on this point?
No, thank you, Tom, except for the two standard due process question. If the board has any comments on the summary of the feedback presented, or if they have any other points to read.
Yes, this is agenda item 2C, which gives us the basis for this recommendation. Okay, that's why you're sharp today, Fadi, keeping us on our toes. So, okay, no due process comments. Julie?
It's just a question about, there was mention in the papers about what was going to happen with ISRA 3410, but the question was, what's going to happen with EER? The EER guidance.
Well, from last time we talked about this, I think we said that there is the EER guidance itself is not just about sustainability information, although having had that conversation about 720, one does scratch one's head. But so while we're doing the first time implementation guide, a lot of the material we will pull from EER guidance because it's really, really rich material and still very important and useful. And then we'll have a step back and look and see. I mean, there's no intention right now to withdraw it, but after we've done that and after we've done the first time implementation guide, we need to look at the EER guidance again and think, well, okay, is this still serving its purpose? Is it still useful to practitioners? And we can chat about that. So it's right now, there's no intention to take it away. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Any other comments? So Josephine, is it back to you?
Yeah. Okay, if we can move to the next slide, please. So first of all, thanks to the board for all the comments and the fun today, especially some last debates and a reminder about how I voted on the effective date for ISA for LCE. Completely forgotten about that. Thank you, Kai. I also wanted to apologise to Isabel, who I failed to mention in our alumni of Sustainability Task Force members who may or may not be listening, but if she is, I'm really sorry. It's because she was so much part and parcel of the outreach following. I think of you as still here and still on the board with us, certainly in spirit. So basically this week, Tuesday lunchtime, so tomorrow lunchtime, IAASB and IAASB chairs, task force chairs, and the sustainability staff will be meeting to discuss any coordination matters that arose in the board meetings on Monday. Now, from our perspective, we don't see any, looking through my list here, but they may have had some questions or challenges that we might need to hear. And of course, if there are then any targeted targeted issues identified that we need to discuss with the board, then we will bring those back Wednesday afternoon, because we have an hour, just in case hour slot there in the afternoon on Wednesday. The amended 5,000 will be posted for board comments and consideration, ready for approval on Thursday at 4:30 p.m. And on Friday morning, myself along with the staff will be available in the committee room, which is the one behind the boardroom, from about 8:30 a.m. And then we'll have from 8:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. and we will be there if you've got any questions about any of the amendments we've made or any further suggestions. And then the final wording, of course, will be posted on Friday or latest early next week. And then following the board meeting, the next steps for us are 5,000 is going to be renumbered, hooray, and with the longest assurance report numbering on the planet, and will be prepared, of course, for the PIAB certification in December. The braces for conclusions and the at-a-glance FAQ will be prepared, as Billy just mentioned this evening. PIAB certification will be sought by December, and then the official launch will hopefully be jointly with IAASB and IAASB together in early 2025. And I do believe that's my list on the next steps done. Is there anything else, Billy, that I've missed here? No? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Tom, back to you.
Bill?
I may have missed it, but when will the implementation guidance be? The national standard setters and others are waiting to see what's in it. When will that information be available?
So Bill, we are targeting still together with the standard or soon thereafter. So depending on just how it will work, if the PIOB certification happens in December, we expect around middle December, then the standard will be released. Well, the standard can be published, but we are also being advised from our comms people that that's not a good time of the year to publish stuff, and it might be good to just wait until January. So that gives us a little bit of extra time also for the implementation. But it is still the implementation guidance as close as possible to when the standard is finalized.
Sorry, I didn't explain that well enough. National standard setters are trying now to think about where they might have to supplement with guidance. So it's more about when will the topics and the content be made available. And I understand the limitations on everything else you're doing. Just for clarity, that's all.
So what we intend, and we did discuss this last week as a team, so what we will do in Q4, as Dan and the team, Dan Clare and the team start preparing the basis for conclusions and continue working with the drafting team, once we have a good outline of the implementation guide. We have one now, and Bill, you will remember at the planning committee last week, you saw a very high level one, but we want a more detailed one. And then we want to circulate that to the board offline and get inputs from the board saying, did we hit all the right topics? Are we missing anything? That type of thing.
Yes, thank you. Josephine, I know it's on the agenda, but you didn't mention it. So on Wednesday afternoon, we have some targeted issues. So there's, okay, then I must have not heard it well. But,
yes, an hour she did say that. Just like she voted against having optional adoption and LCE standard. Okay. Any other comments on IC 5000? Before we close the session, I wanted to ask Dave any perspective from PIOB.
Thanks, Tom, and thank you to all of you for all of your work, not just today, but over the last couple of years to do really a remarkable job on putting together a comprehensive standard that hopefully we'll see a lot of use around the world. I just want to commend you not only on the work that you've done, but over the last 2 or 3 years, as we've been following this project, we've been publishing our public interest issues to which you've been very responsive. There are, a couple of points that I'd raise. I mentioned the we have the one-way communication right now because it's an ISO 5000. We don't want to lose sight of making that a two-way communication in the future. The PIOB is interested in seeing CAMs in these reports at some point, and so considering that at a later date, I think would be important. And then while we'll talk about IAASB coordination on Wednesday, we'll have a meeting together to talk about that. I'd encourage you to continue to monitor IAASB's project through their approval in December so that we don't have any unintended consequences between now and then. But again, thank you very much and good job.
Thank you. Lily, I don't know if you want to just alert people about our IAASB session on Wednesday and just our idea that based upon their discussions today and our discussions today, that if there were any divergences, as you see from the agenda papers, we are perfectly converged going into the sessions, that we would have an opportunity to resolve them.
Yeah, and I think that was already a good summary, Tom. So you're quite right. So ethics in going into the September meeting, they have actually deliberately ordered their agenda in such a way that what they are discussing today at their meeting is at least all the coordination issues. They probably will discuss a little bit more than that. That's why we have the session tomorrow to regroup and to just take stock and say, right, what came out of your meeting, what came out of our meeting. As Josephina said, I think I haven't heard anything today from our perspective that has a great impact on any of the coordinated positions. So as we indicated in agenda item J that was posted to the board, those were the coordinated positions as we went into these board meetings. We trust that anything that may come up or have come up already will be, we will be able to deal with that tomorrow in the work session that we're going to have. And then the joint session on Wednesday morning is to report back to both boards in terms of that coordinated position. So that is how it will float on.
Okay, any questions on that? So tomorrow we will reconvene at 8:45. The morning sessions are for going concern. Then we'll have a slightly longer lunch. And then in the afternoon, we will turn to technology. So that's our day tomorrow. Thank you all for a very fruitful discussion. I believe the task force, sustainability task force, is not meeting after this session, and that it will allow the team to address what they heard today as a first shot. So you guys get a little bit of a break. Thank you for the discussions, and we'll see you tomorrow. And thank you to all the observers for observing. Bye.